I'm still here breathing. Talk truth, now they call that treason. Blacklisted, but I shine each season. Turn pain into beats, made the struggle a beacon. Shadow band, but the light still beams. They censor the voice, but can't kill the dream. Try to cut cords, I still stream from the crest. I'm banned, I'm blocked, but I'm
Come on, brother, we gonna talk about it today.
Static, born in interference. Truth on wax, spit with perseverance.
I was gonna stay my black ass in bed, but I
from the
said
soul
nah.
while they monitor the speech. Cancelled in code, but my code divine. Every bar encrypted with the holy design. Mic in my palm, feel the psalms in my fist. Radio silence, but I still persist. Broadcast from basements, gospel and crime. Podcast rebel, message in time. They fear the words cause the truth too blessed. Say less, but still manifest success. But I'm still here breathing. Talk truth, now they call that treason. Blacklisted, but I shine each season. Turn pain into beats, made the struggle a beacon. Shadow band, but the light still beams. They censor the voice, but can't kill the dream. Try to cut cords, I still stream from the crest. I'm banned, I'm blocked, but I'm infinitely blue. Silicone chains, digital whip crack, but I slip through scripts with
Come
a
on
click,
up in here, let's get to it.
They trap the truth in terms of service, but I serve sermons through verses on purpose. I'm the glitch in the feed, the flaw in the trend, the voice of the street, the start and the end. Spoke facts in the cracks where the light leaks in. They flag me for fire, but I rise again. Cross wires, still I broadcast bold. From analog roots to a band with gold. Sank in the shadow, but I sparked in the depth. Came out the block, still infinitely blessed. But I'm still here breathing. Talk truth, now they call that treason. Blacklisted, but I shine each season. Turn pain into beats, make the struggle a beacon. Shadow band, but the light still beams. They censor the voice, but can't kill the dream. Try to cut cords, I still stream from the crest. I'm banned, I'm blocked, but I'm infinitely blessed. My voice ain't a glitch, it's a gospel in code. Speaking layers like the scrolls unfold. They scroll past truth, but I'm built to teach.
FBA versus Democrats. We're gonna talk about it. You're a Democrat? We're gonna talk about it.
Viral, but it echoes eternal. I spit like prophets to boost my journal. Content flag, but the content's fire. I'm the band bar that your soul admire. Blessed by storms, baptized in test. They block the man, but never the quest.
Come on. Y'all come up in here. Get them lights up. Get them lights up. Get them lights up. We about to talk about it.
Shadow band, but the light still beams. They censor the voice, but can't kill the dream. Try to cut cords, I still straight from the crest. I'm banned, I'm blocked,
but I'm infinitely blessed.
If I gotta bite my tongue just to get a deal, then it ain't real. If they can cancel me for truth, I ain't never been free. I'd rather build slow with my tribe than blow fast with those who don't ride. FBA coin in my veins, blockchain in my bones. This wealth ain't rented, it's homegrown. Bloodline billionaire, I don't chase their bags. My worth's in the people, not in brand tags. If my folks don't back me, I don't want that gold. Cause alone in this.
Let's talk about it, family. Let's talk about it. Come on up in here, hit that like button.
Love, I can't fall. Creep to independence, I'm breaking the chain. FBA coin rising, we changing the game. Man, I built my platform on legacy, not luck. I ain't banned for bucks or adjusting the tux. See, they give you checks with invisible strings till you dance for approval like puppet kings. But I'd rather speak truth than sleep like a pharaoh than silence my soul for some clicks in the barrel. Blockchain ledger, that's freedom encrypted. Decentralized flow, so I can't be evicted. FBA coin, my people, the stockholders. Real wealth ain't loud, it just moves colder. I plant seeds and trust, not just NFT art. Ownership from the soil, legacy from the heart. Bloodline billionaire, I don't chase their bags. My worth's in the people, not in brand tags. If my folks don't back me, I don't want that gold.
Get to it, man.
The system, my soul gets sold. Let the sponsors dip, I'll still stand tall. With my community's love, I can't fall. Crypto independence, I'm breaking the chain. FBA coin rising, we changing the game. I remember thinking wealth meant a white handshake till I saw how fast they retract when you ain't fake.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it, family. All right, I don't know how many people are going to be up in this room. We might have to table this discussion for another day, or not really table this discussion for another day. We might just have to do it again. But listen up, family. Listen up, family. We have delineated from the Democratic Party, and it's time we have a versus. It's time. It's time we speak truth to power. A lot of y'all ain't on code still. A lot of y'all still with these political parties. I probably should have done FBA versus political parties, because it doesn't matter whether you're Democrat or Republican. It's still going to be the same question. What have you done for me lately? What have you done for me lately? Why should I give this political party versus this political party? Why should I give you my allegiance? Why should I give you my vote? That's the real question that we got to be asking ourselves here. So what's up, family? You tuned in to another episode of the Too Much Moxie podcast. I'm your humble host, Too Much. Okay? Unapologetically black, unapologetically FBA. And today, we're asking the hard questions, man. We're asking the hard questions. Are foundational black Americans still benefiting from loyalty to the Democratic Party? Or are we being played? Now, if you don't know, we have delineated from the Democratic Party, and I'm going to, hopefully by the end of this live, by the end of my talk, you'll have also delineated from the Democratic Party. Those of y'all who are not on code, those of you guys who are not plugged into the grassroots media, maybe you don't know what's going on. Maybe you still think that Democrats are for foundational black Americans. Maybe you still believe what your grandparents or your parents might have told you. Vote blue no matter who. Maybe that resonates with you, right? But if you're a foundational black American, right? Yeah, zero people on your account. Yeah. We was king these nuts. How about that? We was king these nuts. How about that? We was kings these nuts. How about that? You know what I'm saying? Listen, family. If you don't know what's going on, it's time you know, man. It's time you plug into the grassroots media. I'm glad you decided to join this broadcast this morning. I'm happy. And I hope you learned something. I hope I bring value to the discussion today. I really do. FBA stands for Foundational Black American, if you don't know, for the person in the comment who asked that. Okay, I'm a foundational. You know, I'm not an immigrant in my own country. And I shouldn't be lumped in with no brown people. I shouldn't be lumped in with no immigrants. I'm an American. My needs should be met first, above all. Above all. So, yeah, my needs should be met above all. If you're not meeting the needs of foundational black Americans, why in the hell are we voting for you? If you have a different agenda than that of foundational black Americans, why the hell am I going to give you my vote? See, we understand there's a system. There's a two-party system. And it's always going to be the lesser of two evils, right? We understand that. It's always going to be the lesser of two evils. Until we decide to start our own party. And we decide to change it. Until we decide to create a party built in righteousness, fairness, right? true justice, lineage-based policies. We giving people that don't deserve. Listen, man. There's a lot of. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. A lot of these political people that you think. I'm gonna say it like this: you'd be surprised who's running your country. Drunks, drug addicts, sexual addictions, sexual addicts, LGBTQ, Epstein's. I mean, you'd be surprised who's running this country, man. I mean, the bumbling idiots that you guys are putting in office. Did y'all see that? I'm gonna go. But did y'all see the interview with Tucker Carlson? And what's that dude's name? Let me get this dude's name. Let me just get this dude's name. I gotta get his name for you guys, man. I don't want to mess this up. And if it's bad on the Republican Party, if it's bad, listen, you might as well say it's 10 times worse on the Democratic Party. Okay, if it's George Santos, y'all, is about to do 7 years. 7 freaking years. If it's bad, listen, and before, and this is the only thing I respect about this brother. The only thing I respect about this brother, they're all guilty. But the only thing I respect, at least this brother decided to go out with a bang. He said, they're going to give me 7 years. I'm going to tell it all. I'm going to tell the truth. While I'm on my way to jail, I'm going to tell the truth. That's the only thing I respect. Other than that, get them all up out the paint. We need a shuffling of the deck. These people are not for us, okay? They're not for us. But I want y'all to go watch the Tucker Carlson interview with George Santos, man. And if y'all still think that America is man, who the hell? What type of politicians are these? There might be 1, 2, or 3 politicians that are actually doing their job or trying to do their job. The rest of them, we in trouble, family. And here's the crazy part. Our country's been being run like this for years. How in the hell are we the strongest country? I have no clue. Well, I do have a clue. If it wasn't for Foundation of Black America, it's us, family. We are the lucky charm. We are the only thing that's keeping this place blessed. The Bible said, if I find one righteous, I will not destroy it. If he just find one righteous person, he will not destroy the nation. And we are the remnant that's keeping this thing afloat, man, because if you go inside of our politics, if you go inside these rooms, if you see how drunk out of their mind these people are, making policy decisions, casting votes. Jesus Christ, family, we in trouble. FBA, we got to get on code more than ever before, man. We got to start our own political party. We got to start our own political movement. We got to do for ourselves. We can't trust any of these parties to do for us. We can't trust any of them. Get the likes up, y'all, because I actually want to bring some people up and talk about it. I actually want to bring some people up and let's talk about it. So let me ask you a question. When did you start questioning your political loyalty? When did you start questioning your political loyalty? When did you kind of come to terms and realize that they never going to do nothing we asked them to do? Was it when Biden's comment was like, "You ain't black"? When Biden said, "You ain't black if you don't vote Democrat," did that force you? Did that wake you up? Did that wake you up? Did that wake you up? When did you start questioning your political loyalty, family? Was it when Biden said, "You ain't black"? Aren't you tired as a foundational black American, people trying to tell you what you ain't? Aren't you tired of people trying to tell you you ain't black? Think about it. We got Tether saying we ain't black if we don't stand up against ICE. Think about that, family. We got all. When did you start questioning your political loyalty? And if you haven't, why not? Why haven't you questioned your political loyalty? How much abuse are you going to take by these politicians, man? These politicians, man. They're not even smart people. Biden was he wasn't even all the way there. And he was able to run this country. That should be an investigation. That should be something very, very telling. Very, very telling. I'm gonna try to have this. Listen, family. I don't know. TikTok. This is for educational and informational purposes. I'm speaking allegedly. I don't know if they're gonna take this live down for me trying to have this conversation, but we're gonna try to have it. This could be the last time y'all see me because I'm on. I'm like one more thing away from them banana in this account, and this account is gonna be gone, and I'm probably just gonna stay my butt on TikTok, and I might continue on Twitter, right? I don't know, family, but we gotta talk about it. We got to talk about it. I want to protect the live as much as I can, but I gotta stand on business and I gotta speak truth. It is what it is. I understand that this is their platform, this is their house, and I'm that disrespectful cousin that come over and shake his feet off, his dirty feet off on your carpet. I'm about to do that today. I'm about to do it today. I'm about to say, "Fuck your couch, nigga." I'm about to do that today. I'm about to do it today. So y'all forgive me, man. Y'all forgive me. Y'all forgive me. We got to go in. We got to talk about it. F your couch. Give me some food. Walk in your refrigerator. I'm about to do it. I'm out there. So, well, hey, man, let me tell you like this, man. You keep saying keep dividing us and all that stuff, man. Y'all might not see me after this. So this is gonna be a good thing because I'm about to go in. So when did you start questioning your political loyalty? Was it when Biden said you ain't black? Was it the lack of reparations, family? Was it the lack of reparations? Was it watching billions of dollars sent to Ukraine while black American cities, while black American communities nothing's being done for them? When did you start questioning your political loyalty? I want to hear from the family, man. Drop some of your thoughts in the chat. When did you start questioning your political loyalty, or did you? I'm gonna bring you up in a minute, man. Let's get the likes up to 10K. Let's get the likes up to 10K. When did you start questioning your political loyalty, man? Which was it? Let me get your thoughts. I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to hear something in the comments. When did you start questioning your political loyalty? Was that not enough for you to question it? When Biden said you ain't black if you don't vote Democrat, was that not enough for you to be like, that was out of pocket? They think they just gonna get my vote because I'm black? When they start sending money that could have went into black American communities, right? Money that could have been put in black American communities. When they start sending that overseas, was it the immigration, the flood of immigration? I've worked in the inner city for over 24 years. A lot of common denominators. What do you mean by that, brothers? What do you mean by that, Scott? What do you mean by that? And listen, man, I want y'all Democratic shields to come up. I do. I want y'all Democratic shield. If you a Democratic shield and you think that Kamala should have been president, if you think that we need more Democrat policies, the Democrats for us, I want you to come up. I want to hear your side of it. I want to hear your reason to still side with the Democrats after everything you've seen. I really do. I really do. I want to hear what the hell you got in common with the Democrats. Now, if you are tethered, if you are a immigrant, black, or an immigrant, period, I see why. Because Democrat is the party for immigrants, is it not? That's really what it means. Democrats are the party for immigrants. Democrats, if you're LGBTQ, then guess what? We already know why you're a Democrat. Because Democrats is the party of LGBTQ. Let's keep it above. But it's not the party for black Americans, for foundational black Americans. It's not the party for us. It's the party for everybody but us. When you got Karen Bass talking about we're going to give cash aid to ICE. Karen Bass. When you got mayors of cities talking about we're going to protect our illegal immigrants. Democrats are the party of no morals. Come on. When did you start questioning the fact that Democrats may not be the party for you? What is it going to take for you to delineate from the Democratic Party? What is it going to take, family? What do they have to do? Do they have to stand up and say, we worship the devil? What the hell do they got to do for you to walk away from the Democratic Party? They're already the face of failure. They're the party of failure. They're the party of failure, family. The party of failure. It's money for Democrats and Republicans. F you, a political party. It's about the American people. They keep our bar. They keep our bar low. They do. They do. I don't understand that what that last person was saying. F you, a political party. Is F you a political party? Jesus Christ. Is that did y'all Elon Musk start a political party, y'all? Are y'all gonna join that? Rich tech oligarch party. I don't know what the hell it's called. But what's it gonna take, family? See, now history matters, right? History matters. After slavery, black folks largely voted Republican, right? We know why, because of Lincoln. Lincoln was actually a white passing mulatto. Okay, Lincoln was a white passing mulatto, and it makes sense why he freed the slaves or emancipated them. Okay, it makes sense. It makes sense for him to vocal and say, hey man, if it wasn't for foundational black Americans or whatever the term they used back in the day we got classified so many different times, but they were FBAs. If it wasn't for FBAs, we would not have won the war. That's Lincoln, y'all. That's Lincoln. With FDR, the New Deal, many began shifting towards Democrats. It's like we just started, we saw it. We were Republicans, but then we switched over to the Democrats. When did we switch over to the Democrats? Crumbs thrown on the floor, I believe you. When did we switch over to the Democrats, family? By the 1960s, the Civil Rights Act, backed by Johnson. The Civil Rights Act, backed by Johnson, cemented this shift. Leaders like Martin Luther King, they saw the lesser of two evils. They said the Democratic Party is the lesser of the evil. We all need to go there. Malcolm warned us about these liberals. He warned us. He warned us, beware of the liberal fox who smiles in your face. Since then, we've been loyal, man. We've been loyal to the Democratic Party for over 60-something years. But let me ask you this, family. What did you get in return? Can somebody explain to me what we got in return? What did we get in return? Chicken dinners, selfies with politicians, and promises understudy. Yeah, I'm gonna let you back in the box, man. I'm gonna let you back in the box. We're trying to get the likes up to 10K, and we're gonna have a conversation. I want to have, trust me, I want to have this conversation. I want to have this conversation. I stick around. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Come on. This is gonna be a great conversation. Trust me, we gotta have it. But y'all gotta get the likes up. Y'all gotta get the likes up. Keep preaching racism. I will never change anything divided. Stop the pity party. All right, let's look and see. Okay, at least you got off your troll account. I'll keep you in it for a little while longer. But listen, man. If you're a tether, just say that. Just say that. If you're a tether, just say that. Okay. Don't ever disrespect me and put the R word on me, racism on me. You know, your problem is you don't know what love really is, sir. I love you. That's why I love you enough to tell you the truth. I love you enough to give you this daily smack in the face that you need. I love you enough to put my foot in your ass. Okay? And I love you enough to say, get the hell out of my country and go back to your homeland and make that place great. That's what it is, family. That's really what it is. I love you that much. There's no hate. I don't hate you. You don't got nothing for me to hate on. You don't got nothing. There's not a racist bone in my body. Not in my body. Everything you're seeing from me is energy. Energy. Right? Cause and reaction. You throw a stone at me, and I'm going to throw a stone back. That's not racism. If you do something foul, I'm going to call it out. If you do something in the dark, I'm going to shine the light. That's what that is, family. That's what that is. So, you know, I'll allow you to step in here a little bit longer. A little bit longer. But you say too much. You start saying some weird. I got to get you up out the paint. I'm just gonna get the block game today because this is a sensitive topic for TikTok, right? My page is already on the balance, so it is what it is. We out there. I'm going out with a kaboom. You understand? I'm going out with a kaboom. It is what it is. So what's all this study stuff that all these Democrats want to do? What's all this study stuff that Democrats want to do? What's all this study stuff that Democrats want to do? They all want to study. Oh, are you a Democrat, Blacklight? Are you a Democrat? Oh, let me Let me bring you up here. Hold on. Let me bring you up here. Let me come on up here. Come on up here. Hold on, come on up. Request in the box, Blacklight. Come on, man. Come on up here, man. Request in the box. Block me. Get your butt up here, man. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation.
There'll be somebody else. It's important.
Hello.
Okay. Before we get started, just mute the TV in the background. So we
Hold
don't
on.
have
Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me find the remote. Give me 1 second.
I will. I'll let you find the remote. Let you find the remote.
Show the country how to fight. I'm talking about black Texans when it looked most austere in the 30s and 40s with the white primaries. If we have to go back,
you gotta mute that. There you go. Now talk to me, sir. Are you a Democrat?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we talking to the right people.
I'm a proud one too.
Where's your family from?
We from Houston, Texas.
All of y'all? How many years?
Louisiana and Georgia.
So you're foundational?
What do you mean by foundational?
Are your family from chattel slavery? Do you go back 400 years into this country?
Well, let me give you a quick story.
Do you have any immigrants in your background?
No, I don't.
Okay.
We was, you know who Francis Scott Key is, right?
Remind me.
He's the guy who wrote the national anthem.
Okay.
What we research is that he was the original owners of my family.
So y'all you got you a slave master. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So be it. So why are you a proud Democrat? And tell me, what have they done for you? You tell me what they done for you. Why are you so proud?
Okay, they gave the voter rights in the 60s because my mom was not even able to vote here in Texas safely until she was almost in her 30s. Because
so that warrants their vote for in 2025.
No. My mom is dead. My mom. Hold on. My mom is dead, and my father is dead.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that.
My mom and father, they both was Democrats. I originally started out as a Republican under Ronald Reagan.
Okay, why were you a Republican under Ronald Reagan?
Because I was on the false narrative that I was taught, because I was in school and the teachers that we had was mostly white. And during class, they would always have this political session, and they would speak ill of the Democrat Party. And then they basically groomed me to be a Republican. What changed my mind was once I went into the military, I went into the Navy and everything. And once I got out, I started seeing how the Republican at the time was Ronald Reagan, how my neighborhood had became blight with crack. I'm sorry, with, you know what I'm talking about, with the white stone.
Mm-hmm.
And I seen people who had businesses. All of a sudden now, the epidemic had reduced my neighborhood to basically gang violence, as far as
that was what? Who did that?
That was under Ronald Reagan.
Okay.
Ronald Reagan.
Right.
Let me say something. Ronald Reagan is the one who introduced that into neighborhood.
Was that in red states or blue states?
Okay, that was in all states because
I understand, but was it majority happening in red states or was it majority happening in blue states, sir?
It was happening. It was happening in all states.
Was it majority happening in
Oh,
red
oh,
states
okay, let's say this here. Let's say
or
this
blue
here.
states?
It,
Be
it was
honest.
it was
Be
it
honest.
was
Now,
majority.
listen. Listen. If you're gonna tell the truth, tell the truth. Just
I'm
be
gonna
honest.
tell you the truth. I'm gonna tell
Just
you
be
the truth.
honest. Don't all
It was
states.
happening. It was
Okay, but
happening.
majority. I'm saying the majority of it. Was it happening in blue states or was it happening in red states? Majority. That's what I'm
Okay,
asking. We
okay,
understand it was happening everywhere, but
okay.
what
What you trying?
communities was it
What
affecting, and
it was
who
expecting?
was
It
in
was
power in those communities? Were those
okay.
Democrat-ran cities? Were where where was it majority happening at? Because let's keep it a buck. They were keeping it away from the YT communities the best they could.
So what you're trying to do here is overtalk me. So if you're gonna overtalk me and not give me an opportunity to answer a question, then I could just leave the live. Now, if you're gonna give me an opportunity to
Sir,
answer
you
the
can
question,
leave the live
if you're gonna give
now.
me an opportunity to
Sir,
answer the
sir,
question,
I'm
it's
giving
up
you
to
the
you.
opportunity to
Do
speak.
you
You
want
don't
me
run
to
this
leave?
live. You don't
Or do
run this
you want me
live,
to
sir.
leave?
Sir, you can leave the live. I'm not holding you hostage. You can leave the live anytime you want to. I'm
Okay.
the host. I'm running this show. I'm the host. You don't tell me how to run my platform. Go to another platform. Now I'm gonna give you a chance to speak, but you're not gonna sit here and act like I'm mistreating you or there you go. Get up out the paint. Get up out the paint. Get up out the paint. That's what these Democrats do. They flee anyway. They bring in they flood our zones with immigration. See, they can't handle the tough talk, family. They can't handle the truth. All you gotta do is question these Democrats. Bring up more Democrats. Where are y'all Democrats at? Where are y'all at? I want to know why. Why are you a Democrat? Why? Why? Get the likes up to 10K, y'all. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. I want to deal with y'all in a few at a time. So I don't want to fill the box. I don't want to fill the box unless we gonna get some scholarship.
Yo,
Robert?
what's happening, gangsta? I heard you were looking for me.
Okay, you a Democrat?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. Why are you a Democrat, man?
So what's your
Hold on, hold
what's
on.
your
First,
question?
hold on. Before we go, where are you from, Robert? Where is your family from? Before we start, Robert, are you there? Robert, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear
Robert?
me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Where is your family from?
Yeah. Yo, my family's from Florida too.
From Florida. Okay. Are you a foundational Black American? You have immigrants in your background.
I'm American of African descent.
So you're African American.
I'm not FBA or
So
any of
you're
that.
African
Yeah.
American, right? So you have immigrants.
I'm gonna say
You
this
have
two more
immigrants
times.
in your background, right?
I am an American of African descent.
Okay.
I was born here.
That
Generations after generations
yeah.
of
Are
my
you
family
from?
was born here.
Are you connected to the United States over 400 years, sir? That's what I want to know.
Yes.
You,
No, not for over
no.
400 years.
Okay,
No.
got you. Okay, got you. Okay, there we go. So you could possibly be a tether. We don't know. You could possibly be a tether. We don't know. But we're gonna find out. You're a Democrat. Why are you a Democrat, sir? Because I understand. Listen, if you're an immigrant, if you're an immigrant, that's why
So your
you're
point is that you're going to
that's why
say
you're a Democrat.
that Democrat. The point is that you're going to say Democrat don't.
Say what? Are you driving, sir? You're breaking up. You're breaking up bad.
So your point is going to be that Democrats indulged in slavery.
My point is going to be what?
That Democrats indulged in slavery.
All sides indulged in slavery. Republican, Democrat, yeah. Of course, all sides indulged in slavery. What that mean?
Yeah. Yeah, because I figured that's what you was about to say.
No, that wasn't what I was about to say. But all sides indulge in slavery, sir. But go ahead. Why are you a
Okay, you
Democrat?
asked the question, why am I a Democrat?
Why are you a Democrat? Yeah, why are you a Democrat?
All right, I'm a Democrat first things first because I know that is the party. Hold on one second. Because I know that's the party that ain't selfish, that cares about more than just the 1% of the people here in America. That's why the Republican Party has been selfish since its very existence. And then you got the Republican Party that sits back and point the finger at the Democratic Party and say, hey, they indulged in slavery. They was the reason why this happened, and Jim Crow and that. But guess who allowed it? The Republican Party. That's how selfish they was. And that is why I'm a Democrat.
So you're Democratic because of the Republican Party is racist, right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm a Democrat because I know that the Republican Party is the party that think that they're going to collect all the money in the world, and when they unalive, they're going to take the money to hell with them and ask the devil to sell them a cup of ice water. That's why I'm a Democrat, because I don't believe in that shit.
Family? Are y'all listening to this, brother family? I'm waiting on some scholarship, honestly. So you're a Democrat because Republicans are evil, right?
I'm not saying that they're evil. I'm saying that they're selfish. They are a bunch of selfish people.
So you're a Democrat because Republicans are selfish. Okay. Do you believe Black Americans should receive reparations, sir?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm 100% sure.
Okay. Why haven't the Democrats passed it yet?
Well, look, you say why haven't the Democrats passed it? Because the Democrats just put, hold on, bro. The Democrats just approved a bill, I guess it was HR 20 or 21, something like that. They approved for the study of it. And guess what your president, hold on, bro. I got you. Guess what your president did now that he's in office?
I'm laughing.
Guess what your president did?
Uh-huh.
They let it die in the Senate. They let it unalive in the Senate.
Who's my president? Who's my president, by the way?
Sounds like you're rooting for your guy.
Who's my guy? Who's my guy?
Ain't Trump your president? Because he's mine too, whether I like it or not.
There you go. He's your president too. Okay. So listen, man. So the Democrats been killed. Okay. What about what happened in California? And what about what happened?
I just told you about HR 40. You just negated that.
Man, listen. Democrats been killing that bill, sir. It wasn't the Republicans killing the bill. It was
Joe Biden just signed the executive order for the study to begin how reparations is going to be paid out.
The study. They always listen. When it comes
California
to Ukraine,
and North Carolina receive reparations now.
No, brother, don't overtalk the host. When it comes to Ukraine, did they do a study to send money to Ukraine?
Yeah.
When it came to immigrants?
They did for many of years. You want to know how?
When it came to immigrants, did they do a study to give immigrants housing and money and benefits and all this other stuff? Was there a study then? Was there a study? Was there a study to give Japanese Americans reparations? Was it a study to give Native Americans some benefits?
Sir,
reparations? Was it a study to give small hats reparations?
Okay, so you're moving very fast, and you're not going to let me answer.
They're all the same. You can lump them all at once. Was it a study to give them money?
So are you going to let me answer, or are you going to let me answer?
Go ahead.
Okay, first things first. You mentioned Ukraine, right? So let me help you understand something. There was this memorandum that was signed by the U.S., Russia, and another country. It was called the Budapest Memorandum. And it was for Ukraine to get rid of one of their most guarded possessions
What
that
does
would
that
have
have to
helped
do
them
with
at
anything?
any time.
I don't want you
You
to
asked
think
me a
I want
question. I'm answering your question.
you answer the question.
Look, brother.
Was there
Look,
a
brother. You have
study?
a good day.
It's
I
very
was trying
simple.
to,
Okay,
I
do
was
this.
trying to
Do this.
educate you.
Hold on.
You
Okay,
just
no,
sound like an angry
okay,
black
okay.
man
Okay,
because
no,
you ain't getting
no,
reparations. You
nobody,
waiting for your
no,
handout.
don't crash out, brother. Don't crash out because we know you're a tether. He's a tether. You see, I didn't drop him. I didn't drop him. See how he says you're waiting on a handout? These are tethers, family. These are cosplaying tethers that trying to tell me about my own government. And he's trying to bring what the hell does that got to do? I asked him a simple question. Did they do a study? Did they do a study for giving money to Ukraine? That's a yes or no. That's yes or no, family. Let's bring up some more people. But what in the hell? This is King Vincent. Okay. What in the hell? What in the hell?
Too much. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, King. How you doing, sir?
I'm cool. I'm cool, man. Why didn't you keep
I
that
didn't
guy?
drop him. I didn't drop him. He dropped on his own. I promise you, I didn't drop him. He dropped on his own. The other man
You know
dropped on
about
his
the
own. I didn't drop him either. They're
you know
crashing out because they can't win the argument. They already know. See. They're knowing they're not talking to somebody dumb up here. I'm gonna get to the nitty gritty. I'm gonna get to the point. I'm gonna get to the truth of the matter. And when they run out of things, they can run out of talking points. They just crash out. I asked that man a simple question: did they do a study to give Ukraine money? Did they do a study to give immigrants money? And he couldn't answer it. He couldn't answer it. So he dropped. So
what
he crashed out and dropped.
what do these people look? 2014, all the colonizers, even the USA, were convicted for a crime against humanity about those 400 years in South America, North America, Caribbean, Central America by the UN. I think that organization. They got a decade to do their study from 2014. But what did they do? Nothing. And now, at the beginning of the Biden administration, I was listening to what Biden was saying when he was asked about paying reparations. He said, we have to do a study, 2020. And now this guy comes here saying that, yeah, the Democrats have passed a bill to do a study for reparations. These people really think that we are that slow-minded as they are. You can see clearly that their mind is slowing down. We are moving. We are moving in a fast rate. We're not going to wait for these people. And then about Ukraine. Ukraine gets billions of dollars for nonsense over there. I never heard that they did some study about those billions. The Republicans were complaining about it. About where is this money going? Where does this money come from? Why are we giving this much money to Ukraine, a country that we don't have any history with? You have a history of more than 400 years, and still they are paying these Democrats billions of dollars to a country all over in Europe, at the backyard of Western Europe. So these people, look, I'm from South America, people. You don't know me. I'm from South America, Suriname. But I'm looking at the situation because my situation of my country, my people, is almost the same. The same nonsense people we have, like these Democratic people. And one last thing, I've heard that they all classified. No, it was the African Union accepted the Americas and the Caribbean as one of their nations in 2020. I have a video on my accounts. You can go look at it. A sister from the United States is explaining everything. There's another video that explains very important information. I still need to drop that one,
We
but it's
gotta
crazy.
resist that, family. Listen, you can't claim. You can't. African Union can't speak for me, and
Not for me, also.
we gotta make sure that's very, 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 very clear. The African Union we have delineated from them. They didn't do nothing for us 60 years ago. Hundreds and where were they at? They was never around. I'm not, and truth be told, I'm not African. So y'all go speak for y'all 5 regions. Leave the 6, whatever you'll call the 6th region. Leave it alone. If the Caribbeans want to be cool with y'all, let them go. But foundational Black Americans, we are heavily pushing back on them. I don't want the African Union involved in nothing. They had their time. They had their time. We've never had a voice in the African Union, family. We had plenty of time for us to have a voice in the African Union. They never claimed us. We're not no generic Africans, and we're done with that. That's a wrap. So I don't, man. I'm not trying to hear nothing that the African Union about to say. But Democrats, man, I just want to know, man. Was it Biden's 1994 crime bill that locked up generations of Black men that y'all still faithful to him? Was it DACA opening doors for dreamers? Was it DACA opening the doors for dreamers under our MLK? Yet reparations, we get a study. I just want to know, Democrats, what is it? Asians get an anti-hate crime law, and we ain't got a one anti-Black hate bill or a law, anything like that. Ukrainian getting billions. LGBTQ got executive orders. The LGBTQ got more than we got. Is getting more benefits from the Democratic Party than foundational Black Americans. We're getting nothing, family. Where is the Black specific policy? Where is the lineage based policy that is exclusively for us? Because we got exclusive for immigrants, exclusive for LGBTQs, exclusive for Asians, exclusive for Ukraine, right? Exclusive. The only thing we got exclusive was the crime bill, family. Because that was definitely for us. What's it going to take for y'all to wake up? What's it going to take for y'all to wake up? Where my Democrats at? What's it going to take for y'all to wake up? What's it going to take for y'all to wake up? I'm just curious, family. What's it going to take?
What has the Democratic Party done for Black communities in America?
That's the question I'm asking you, sir. Where are you from?
I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
Okay. Where's your family from?
And my family, they're from Guyana. But
Okay.
what I would say is, in the last 30 years or the last 40 years of my time, well, actually, let me say the last 20 years of voting, I voted for the Democratic Party, okay? And I come to realize that the Democratic Party doesn't do nothing for Black communities across America. They do for white liberals and Jewish communities. That's it. That's as far as they go. When it comes to Black communities, they do for the LGBTQ communities. They do for everybody else. But when it comes to the Black community, and then you see, the thing is, with our Black people, our problem is we're so far divided. We're not even united. We can't even come together and have common ground.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I got you, but that's not us. I'm a foundational Black American. Okay. I don't want to unite with everybody else. I want to unite with my people because my people deserve more than other groups because my people actually bled and were unalived on this soil. We fought in every single major WAR in this country. So we're not trying to unite with everybody else. Matter of fact, we're saying everybody, some of y'all need to go back home and fix your homeland. Some of y'all need to stay out of foundational Black American policy and business and politics, because culturally, we're not the same. Skin folk, color-wise, we're probably similar in that only, but culturally, thought process,
Okay.
mindset, we're not the same, brother.
What,
And no
what you're
disrespect to you
saying?
being from Ghana. No disrespect to you
No,
being
no,
from
no, no, no.
Ghana.
I'm not from Ghana. I'm from Guyana,
Yeah,
South
oh,
America.
okay,
Guyana?
I got you.
Okay.
No disrespect for you being from Guyana,
Okay,
right? No
but
disrespect.
I'm born here. I'm born here in America.
Doesn't matter. Not to me. Not to me.
So,
Not if
so
you're not getting on
and that's
code
the
with the
problem.
foundation
And
of
that,
American
and you
Guyana.
see, and you see, that's the problem. That's the issue right there. You cannot turn around and you cannot say, okay, you see, a white person over here in America will respect a person over there in Europe. So why can't you respect a black person from all different parts of the world?
Because all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Because
So that means,
because of the cosplay. Hold on. Because of the
so that means you're
cosplay and
ignorant.
the undermining, sir. Because of the cosplay and the undermining.
That means you're ignorant. Then that's why black
No, no,
American
no, no,
people.
no, 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 no.
That's
no,
why
no.
black American
Hold on, let me
Let
let
me
you
explain it.
let me
That's
let your
why
Suriname brother.
black
Let me
American
let your
people have their art.
hold on, Mr. Guyana. Let me let your Suriname brother educate you because you haven't been educated. Go ahead, King.
Yeah. You're from Guyana, maybe British Guyana or French Guyana. I don't know
British
which one.
Guyana.
It's British Guyana.
My
Back in those
family.
days,
I'm not born there. I'm born over here in America. My
it doesn't
family.
matter. It doesn't matter. Listen. Look, back in the days of the Portuguese, Guyana, Suriname, British Guyana, Suriname, and French Guyana was one country. But after the Portuguese left, the Dutch came, the French came, and the British came. So they split it up into three. And what I'm saying to all of these people from those countries, don't get into other countries, their business. Like our brothers and sisters in North America, we as Guyana people, because it's big Guyana, I call it these days, we as Guyana people should be focusing on our own land because we seem to forget that it belongs to us because we are the original people of the land itself. The Portuguese wrote the Portuguese wrote in their logs who they saw, and that weren't those people who call themselves native in Suriname or in the Guyanas itself. The Portuguese said those people were dark brown with straight hair or woolly hair. If you look at the mummy that they just found in Peru of a lady, 5,500 years they dated it. She has woolly hair, black woolly hair, 5,500 years old. If you start studying the Portuguese and the Spaniards, their documentations about when they arrived in South America or in the Americas, they tell you who the people were and how they looked like. It's all reset. So if me as your brother, because I'm a brother of yours, I'm advising you, forget about North America because they have their stuff already, arranged. They are decades ahead. You're richer than you think. The Guyanas belongs to you. On that you should be focusing, not on North America. You can listen to North
Listen,
America.
I focus on North America because that's where I'm born. If I'm born here,
It doesn't
I'm an
matter.
American. I'm an
It doesn't
American.
matter.
Okay. If my family's from Guyana, that's where my
Do you know
family.
why that is, sir? Do you know why you got birthright
I'm
citizenship?
born here because
Do
due
you-
to
hold on,
birthright,
hold on, sir.
birthright
Hold on,
America.
sir. Hold on, sir.
And this is why Trump is trying to stop birthright.
Hold on, sir. Yeah, and foundational Black Americans, we want birthright citizenship stopped because that was only for us, sir. It wasn't meant for y'all. It wasn't. That's something that our family fought for. That's something that my ancestors fought. Your family didn't do that. Your family benefited from that. You were an anchor baby here, sir. That's what it was. And no disrespect, but it is what it
too
is.
much. Brother, too much.
Oh,
You mind
sure.
if I
Go ahead,
if
brother.
I address this brother?
Go ahead, address him, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, so my mother, I was born here in the U.S. as well. My mother is from Brazil, Sao Paulo, Brazil. That's South America.
My brother.
My mother's people were brought over here to the United States to a place called North Carolina. So they went from picking sugarcane to cotton fields. Okay? So when you say Your people came from over there. If your people ain't been through the struggle of slavery, if your people ain't been through what we've had to fight for as Americans, real Americans, if your people haven't spilled their blood for this country, if your people just come over here and say, hey, we ought to all get together, kumbaya and blah, blah, blah. I don't even deal with that shit with my family back home in Africa, nor do I deal with that shit back home with my family in South America. If you don't know the fucking struggle over here, and you don't know what we go through as black people in the United States of a fucking America, it ain't your goddamn fight. So when this brother says, when brother Too Much says, hey man, I ain't worried about what you got going on. I'm worried about what we got going on over here. That's been our fucking problem as black people for a long time in the United States. We worry too much about what everybody else has got a fucking problem with. But guess what everybody else ain't worried about? They ain't worried about what the fuck we got a problem with. And they're the first ones that goddamn bail when it's time to damn pick up guns and fight. So what Too Much
That's
said
not
is correct.
necessarily true.
So when you sitting here saying, no, brother, because when you're sitting, brother, pull up, bro, don't do that. When you're sitting here, calling my brother, when you're sitting here calling my brothers and sisters ignorant, when you're saying that shit, that means you still got that colonized fucking mindset, and you still think
the brother over here is a black man. I'm a black
bro. You are fucking
so
British. You are British, bro.
I'm not British. I'm born over here in America. Y'all sound ignorant. Y'all are ignorant as hell.
No, it ain't got to do with ignorance.
No, wait,
I'm born over here in America, so I know nothing about
that. Fuck if you were born here or not. Have you struggled over here in America?
Of course I struggle, just like everybody else. I struggle just like everybody else.
Did your parents come off of motherfucking slave fields here in America?
Okay, so
do your parents have the last name of the slave masters here in America?
Let's go back to the roots. Let's go back to the roots. Let's go back to the roots of all race. All black people came from Africa. If you didn't know,
no,
that's a goddamn lie.
Haven't you listened what I said?
Starting with the Moors.
Listen, starting with the
Moors.
No.
You didn't even listen to what King told
Mike,
who came over here? The Moors was the first.
No.
The Moors were here first.
No,
bro, the Moors ain't got shit to do with shit, man. The Moors ain't got shit to do with shit.
Hold on, everybody. It's the host. Hold on, listen. This is the problem, right? You don't got the black consciousness. You were born in.
Don't talk about black consciousness because your ignorance is shown. You're very ignorant.
Brother.
Ignorant.
I'm the host.
I'm
the host, and you're not gonna overtalk the host, brother. I'm gonna let you speak, but you're not gonna overtalk the
host.
The
respect they deserve. Because
you're acting like a damn savage right now.
On the platform, and you're gonna wait your turn.
Y'all sound ignorant. Y'all sound very ignorant.
No, Mike, you sound like a savage, bro.
You sound ignorant.
Brother, listen, brother. I'm gonna just keep it a
grown fucking man.
If I gotta
but you're not like a grown fucking man.
If you can't mute your mic, I'm gonna have to drop you, sir.
Look,
I want to get you up here and have the conversation, but if you keep coming off your mic while I'm talking, you're not gonna control my platform. I'm gonna have to drop you. So just listen, brother. I'm gonna give you a chance to speak. I want to have the conversation. You calling me ignorant doesn't change my disposition one bit. You not knowing about my history.
I'm not expecting you to change your disposition.
You're crashing out. You're crashing out. Just calm down.
I'm not crashing. I'm chilling. I'm good.
Chill.
Then be quiet.
Then chill. Then show me that you're not crashing out by chilling. Okay. Listen, brother. I'm not African.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What school did you go to? What education do you have? What college degree do you have?
Brother. I hold a bachelor's degree, but hold on, brother. Hold on.
You have a master's?
No, I don't have a master's. No, I don't. I don't have a
Do you have a doctorate?
I don't have a doctorate. No, I don't.
What kind of job do you do?
Let me guess. You got all these things, right, Mike? You got all these
things. What kind of job do you... Hold on. I'm not done. What kind of job do you do?
Brother, let me...
Are you making six figures?
Brother, let me tell you something, brother, okay?
I don't think you want to talk about money.
I'm very plugged in. I
can talk about money because I'm making six figures, bro. I can talk about
brother. I've been there, done that. Been there, done that, sir. Been there, done that. Okay, you're not talking to some low level I don't know what you think this is, brother. See, that's the problem with you
Majority,
Southern. That's
majority
the
of
problem
American,
with you
black
Southern.
American
we don't
people
need
on low
nothing,
level
big pun.
That's the
We
problem
don't
with
need
you
nothing, Fat
tethers.
Joe.
You make assumptions you don't even know about. You think you're doing better than black Americans, sir, because you came over here, because you got birthright
When I
citizenship. But
see,
you
when I
forgot
see,
that we fought for everything that you get to benefit from. Somebody had to push the line for that.
Goddamn right.
Haiti fought for that. Haiti
Somebody,
fought
Man,
for
oh
freedom.
oh
my God. So you're
Lord,
Haiti
telling
was,
me,
Jesus
man,
Haiti
bro.
fought for freedom
Christ,
first.
So Haiti fought
American
for the.
wasn't,
Jesus
American never fought for
Christ.
freedom.
Yeah.
Haitians fought for freedom
Jesus
first.
Christ.
Bro, you don't know
And
shit.
look at Haiti now. And look at Haiti
Haitian
now.
was the,
And
Haitian was
look
the,
at
Haiti was the
Haiti
first,
now.
Haiti
This is why we can't unite with you, sir. This is why we don't want you. We don't even want you in our country talking like that. You
was the
understand what I'm
first
saying? If
Caribbean country to
you
be
live in
free.
Brooklyn, you live
And
in Brooklyn,
they
you live
taught
in Brook.
black Americans how to be
Hold on,
free
brother.
over here.
Before I have to drop you,
Don't jump me up.
Hey,
you're not gonna
brother,
overtalk. Musty tether,
Listen,
calm
brother,
down.
too much. Brother,
Musty
too much.
tether, calm down. You're not gonna overtalk me. Yeah,
Brother, too
I didn't
much.
drop him. He dropped himself.
You remember that conversation that we had a while back where I said, don't let these motherfuckers who are light-footed motherfuckers come over here and take away from what our people have done here in this country. Because that's what they do. Remember when we had that conversation? I said they'll appear as us, they'll look like us, they'll try to talk like us, walk like us, mimic everything we do over here, and then turn around and tell us we're ignorant. He's sitting up in here looking like Big Pun and Fat Joe mixed, screaming, I'm from Brooklyn. How many PhDs do you have? How many this and how many that? Boy, you don't want to talk about no money over here. You in the wrong camp. You're in the wrong camp. Take that shit somewhere else. Take that shit somewhere else. Every time you get these the so-called black men whose foot was not planted and grown on this soil. Every time you get them, bro, the first thing they want to say is that we're ignorant. We need to be singing kumbaya. We need to be doing this and doing that. But yet, whenever them motherfuckers is dragging us out of cars, whenever they're shooting up our children, whenever they're shooting up our schools, whenever they're making politics and all of this bullshit that the Democrats like to push that is against us, they be the main ones standing there. You heard what he said. I voted Democrat. Of course you voted Democrat because the Democrat has always catered to you foreign motherfuckers to come in here and destroy this damn country.
They don't do their research, family. That's the biggest thing that gets on my nerves. That's why I'm saying again, why are you Democrat? I know why he's a Democrat. I know why, because he's an immigrant and he's getting benefits.
Yep.
He's getting unearned benefits that his family, nobody had to fight for. He just was born over. He's getting birthright citizenship, which is a benefit, which is a privilege. It's not a God-given right. He's not the true copper-colored racist. He's not the true American. He's a citizen. Citizens should have lesser rights than Americans.
Right.
Let's keep it
May,
a
may I
buck.
have it? May I have emotion, please?
Go ahead, Daniel. Where you from first off, Daniel? Where you from?
I'm from Haiti.
You're from Haiti. Okay. Are you
Yeah.
here in America right now?
Oh yes, 50 years.
Okay. Go ahead. Why are you a Democrat? Or go
Okay,
go ahead. Go ahead.
no, my question is now, what is the American?
What is an American?
Yes.
American is me, sir. A foundational black American. That's what an
Okay,
American.
okay. Who was in the land before you guys?
My
There was
family.
no one in the land before them. Have you ever heard of the Amaru people?
No, before.
My family been here, sir. My genealogy goes back, sir. My genealogy is from
Okay,
this soil.
did your
Sir.
family born here?
Yeah.
Okay, what about the Indian was there before? We wasn't
Those
exist at that
migrated,
time.
man.
Those
Don't
were
you know?
Siberians,
Don't
brother.
you know by
Those were
yet
Siberians
that those
that
are
crossed
So
people
red
that
natives were here also,
Okay,
but they
okay,
weren't here longer than the black, the real
all right.
indigenous black man.
Listen,
They weren't here before
something I
that.
want. Okay, something I want to understand because I still can't get it. I tried to
People
get
are
it, but I
slow,
don't understand.
man.
Maybe you guys can give me another idea. United States located. Okay, United States located which continent? American continent or
When we say United States, we say United States. We're not talking
Okay,
about the
okay,
Caribbean. We're not talking about African. We're talking about the United
United
States.
States. Okay, where United States is located?
You
In the
know,
northern,
so
yeah.
what kind of
The
stupid
United
question
States,
is that?
the
No, no,
United
no,
States
no,
is
no,
Okay,
no,
the, is
no,
the
no,
northern.
no.
I'm trying to
Let
follow
him
your
answer that
question.
question because he knows it himself. Who's this?
I'm trying to follow your question. We know where the United States is.
We have to do one by one.
No, you're slow.
Yeah, United States located in where? In the American continent or
Just
Latino
Google it.
continent?
Just
We know
Google
where
it.
it's
No,
at.
no,
We
because
know
something
where
I
it's
want to
at.
Oh, you're
What?
understand.
slow.
Let's speed this up. Let's not tether babble. Let's speed this thing up.
Okay, because the reason why I don't understand this.
This man is an African. You can hear
Let,
it. You can hear
let's go.
clearly that your accent is
Let's go.
African.
Wait a minute. Let's go to Europe, right?
You really think you're smart,
Europe.
huh?
Listen,
Say
let's
something
go
in
to
Creole,
Europe.
sir.
Please,
Talk to
please.
me in Creole. Hold on, Daniel. Talk
Okay,
to me in Creole.
ouais, Europe là, il y a Italie, Angleterre, toute la situation. Le croisa que on est, il dit
Okay.
ça que
Now
le
go back
croisa qu'on
to
est, wait a minute. Le croisa qu'on est, ou mandé côté sorti, il dit il come from Europe. Then
Okay,
même
but what do you identify yourself, Daniel? Daniel,
wait a minute, I don't finish yet.
Daniel, one moment.
I don't finish yet.
What do you identify yourself? Are you African?
Me, I say, I'm Haitian.
Yeah, Haitian, but do you
Sir, we're
identify
not
with
gonna
Africa?
do this tether babble, and I'm gonna allow some deturations in what we're talking about, but we're talking about why are you a Democrat? We kind of already know why you're a Democrat, but I'm gonna allow you to ask your question and finish up. But just get to the point. Just get to the point. Just get. That's all I ask. Just get to the point. Go ahead and unmute your mic and get to the point. We got other people I got to get you on the panel, sir, and we're talking about Democrats. Why are you a Democrat? So go ahead and unmute your mic, Daniel. Daniel, go ahead and unmute your mic, sir. Okay, I'm gonna let you figure it out, and then we're gonna go on to somebody else while you figure out how to unmute your mic. Beautiful. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, bro?
I was just kind of listening. Like I'm not Democrat. I don't identify with either. I was just interested in the conversation. I'm not even aware of what FBA is actually.
Okay, where's your family from, sir? Where's your family from?
I'm from Indiana.
Okay,
Here in Indiana.
where's your family from, though? Where's your family from, though?
I don't know.
Are you an orphan or?
No, I'm not an orphan. What you mean? Like where you mean where my parents from?
Where are your parents from? Let's go with that.
Indiana, Gary, Indiana.
Where are your grandparents from?
Mississippi and
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Mississippi and what else?
I think I can't remember. Mississippi, my grandmother, and I can't remember my grandfather's where he from.
Okay. So let me ask you this: were your people part of chattel slavery in this country?
Oh, I have no idea. You say chattel slavery?
Yeah, were they part of the transatlantic slave trade?
No, I'm not aware. I don't know.
Okay. Were your people indigenous to this country? Were they labeled American Indians? Were they reclassified as Negro, colored?
I don't believe so. I did a little bit of genealogy, and they said like some people came from like Jamaica. I came through Jamaica or something.
Okay. Now there you go. So you are a immigrant. You were born in America. You're probably first, second, third generation, something like that. But you're not from the soil of this country. But go ahead, sir. Why aren't you a Democrat?
I mean, as I got older, it just kind of seemed like those things just separated people without even like people looking into the actual people, the politicians. People were just choosing Republican or Democrat, and they were voting either way, but they weren't actually looking at the actual people. You know what I'm saying? They were just saying, hey, I'm a Democrat or hey, I'm a Republican, and they were voting that way, not even looking into the individuals that they were actually voting for. So that's why I was like, that's kind of like being in a gang, really. Like you don't even know who you voting for. You just voting that way because you saying I claim this side. And once I got old enough, I was just like, that's kind of weird because we not even seeing who these people actually are. If a person claims Democrat and you're a Democrat, you gonna vote for them. You know what I'm saying? And that's just seemed weird to me when I got old enough to understand what was really going on.
Okay. Okay. All right. Very good. So you're on the fence. You're independent, right?
Right.
All right. Nothing wrong with that. Shout out to you. Okay. Let me hear from Lisa. Lisa, how you doing, Lisa? Back again.
Yeah, I'll be good this time.
Okay.
I'll try. I know I rubbed you the wrong way.
Go ahead. Why are you a Democrat, Lisa?
Oh no. Mm-mm.
Okay. Okay. So why do you think many foundational Black Americans, many people in this country, especially Black people, are voting Democrat? What is the thing with the Democrats?
Well, basically, Democrats, the Democratic Party was kind of forced on us. We started off as Republicans
Mm-hmm.
after Reconstruction, but you know, of course, the Democrats didn't like that, and so they forced they forced the Republican Party to get rid of us because we were sitting in seats and we held positions and stuff. So, but we become, they become Democrat because the Democratic Party was supposedly, set up for, Black folks during the civil rights movement, with all the, oh shoot, what I want to say, with all the rights that we got. It was basically Democrats that helped us get a lot of things signed and things, whatever. So it was just basically just thrown into our communities, and they accepted it as being part of the Black political party.
Okay. Okay. Now, are you a Republican or
No, well, I claim independent.
independent? Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna come. I'm just sit down. I'm gonna come back to you, Lisa. I'm gonna come back to you.
Okay.
Let's go to Ivan.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, Ivan. Good morning. Good morning. Where are you from, sir?
Boston, Mass.
Boston, man. Where's your family from?
Um, Malden, Mass. And my mother's Alabama.
Alabama. Okay. Are you do you have roots here and lineage here in America?
As far as I know, you said you were talking to the other gentleman, first, second, and third. As far as I know, my roots go back further than that. So I mean, when do we start saying that we're an American by birth? Because I know it's at least 4 or 5 generations.
Okay. Well, do you know the term American? You know the true definition of American. The true definition of do you know that the 1828 Webster's Dictionary version of what an American is?
No, I have no idea what that definition during that time period, what they were calling Americans, because they were calling us also 2/3 human, right? So
Right.
So I don't know what propaganda at that time that they were saying.
So the definition of America, according to the 1828 Webster's Dictionary, was coppered, colored races, indigenous, aboriginal, found here by Europeans.
So to attach the name America to a group of people who their inhabitant wasn't called America, it's kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying it's like, let's say the indigenous people lived here. Whatever they called their land, that's what they would be. When the Europeans came over and they renamed it America, well, you can't then all of a sudden say you're an American.
Okay, fair enough. But it became the United States.
Yeah,
Go-
it was called Amaru way before it was called Turtle Island or any of these other things. This land was called Amaru. Okay, and the symbolism, even the symbolism and stuff that you have in this land goes back to Amaru. Like, for instance, the dollar bill. A lot of people try to say, well, on that dollar bill, you're going to find the Egyptian pyramids, you're going to find all of this. There's nothing Egyptian on that dollar bill. All of that is Amaru. That's Amaru symbolism. Those were the people of the Northern Gate. And before 1776, Amaru was an establishment that was fighting against the colonialism. And who turned against them were the ones that you call the Native Americans. They were the people of Sabir, and Sabir, they crossed over the bridge and they turned on the Amaru people.
Exactly.
Because they did not want to share, they no longer wanted to share the wealth of the land with the Amaru people. And they helped that so-called colonizer take this land and fight for this land. Then the colonizer turned around and turned on them. So the same thing that they did to the Amaru people that were here, this land was a land of melanated people. That's what the United States was. That's why it's called the Northern Gate. And the United States became a corporation in 1776. Once it became a corporation, it started doing everything that it could to hide the Amaru people and the history of the Amaru people by telling everybody that was here that they were brought over here on slave ships. Now, mind you, my people were brought over here on slave ships. But when we were brought over here on slave ships, there were already people of color here. That's an empire. That's one of the lost empires that they don't like to talk about. So, contrary to popular belief, everybody ain't from damn Africa.
There you go.
Can I ask you one question, 𝗤𝗏𝗿𝗺?
Go ahead, brother.
And I can offer you, right? Yeah.
I can barely hear you, King.
I'm gonna come right back to you, Ivan. I'm gonna come right back to you, Ivan. Go ahead, ask your question, King. Go ahead.
Yeah. You're from North America or South America?
My mother's family is from, I'm 8th generation American. My mother's family was brought over here during slavery. My father's family is from Cairo.
Cairo. Okay. You know. I saw that I was following you also, so I don't need to follow you anymore. But well spoken, man. I like that. Too much slow down.
Wait. Not found as a
Hold on, step up.
Sorry, bro. I get what you're saying.
Ivan, can you come off the Bluetooth, sir? Can you come off the Bluetooth? If you're on the Bluetooth, can you come off the Bluetooth? And there's a lot of, I don't know, you were talking fine before, and then there's a lot of background noise coming from you, Ivan. Can you
I
fix
wish you all a beautiful day later.
Thank you, King. Can you come back? I want to finish talking to you, but you got to fix the background. Can you fix that background? I'll do this, Ivan. We're gonna come back to you. Give you a chance to fix the background. When that background's fixed and there's not a lot of feedback and noise, then we'll continue the conversation where we left off.
I have a question for you. You excuse me. You remember the movie Amistad?
Yes.
Can you tell me? What year? Because it was based on a true story. So can you tell me what year was that? 1700s?
Are you talking to Arturus? Arturus, go ahead and answer that, brother. I think she's talking to you.
Huh?
I haven't got to actually sit down and watch the movie Amistad, but I do remember them talking about it. But if you're talking about where the there were mini ships, ships that were in the.
No, that's not what I was getting ready to talk about, sir. You didn't let me finish. Then I was just asking, basically, what year did that take place? Because it was a question I wanted to ask. I think was it in the
1700s?
Yeah, probably around about the 16 or the 1700s, because around that time, that story that is based on Amistad was a story that had many of those slave ships, where there was wars that were being fought. And the
still that has
story
nothing to do with slave ships. I wanted to ask.
That they don't want
What
to
I
tell.
wanted to know was, I remember there was a part in there where when they had got captured, and when they went there, when they came to the United States, and when they was walking to their place where they was gonna put them. I remember the guy, the real tall dark dude. I remember he was telling his friend in African something about don't talk to them or don't something. I guess don't communicate with them or something because he says they are European. So basically, I guess he was already dividing himself with him and the other black people that he's seen as they was walking.
But
So,
that also took place in the movie Roots. If you remember, Roots
so
that
I'm
divided
thinking
himself
too
from
that
Kundra.
if so, what made me ask that is because if that took place in the 1700s and they were still bringing over, people over here, uh, and you said that there was people already here. Well, you know, think of the first, the first slave that came over here was in 1621 or something like that, a couple of years before Jamestown
Montesquieu.
came over, and
Okay.
so a lot of them were freemen, and a lot of them were, some of them were slaves and some of them were freemen. They came over here really as indentured slaves, and then until before it turned into systematic slavery. So that's what I was just wondering.
Right.
Okay.
So
Kind of,
even
kind of,
even when she
kind
brought up
of.
that movie Amistad, brother, too much. I was wanting to share that there are also the story of Amistad. Yeah, it's based on true events, but the true event that it was based on was when they started taking the people from the United States that were already here. They had started taking those people to other land masses because they took them to England, they took them to Spain, they took them to Africa. Some of them were even taken to the Asian Orient. They was actually taking people that were already based here in the United States once they had been conquered through disease mainly. Once they had already taken these people, they were moving them out to other places. So when you talk about the transatlantic slave trade, right, it wasn't just from the Ivory Coast to the Americas. It was everywhere that we were that they were trying to destabilize us as a people.
That's
Well, that
correct.
is true. I have seen where. Oh no, wait a minute.
But let me do. I want to get us back on
Oh,
track. I
okay.
want to
I'm
go back
sorry.
to. No problem. I want to get back to Ivan real quick. I want to talk about. I want to have the FBA versus Democrat conversation. Ivan, go ahead, brother. We were talking to you. You said your family was from where again? Mississippi. Where do you
No,
think?
no, that was the other gentleman,
I'm sorry.
Malden, Mass, and Talladega, Alabama.
Alabama. Okay, there you go. And your roots are here. You were saying eight generations. You said something like
I,
that.
I I can go back like 5 or 6. So
Okay. Okay. All right. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. You had a question, or are you a Democrat? Are you a Republican? Are you independent? Which one are you?
I lean Democratic, and in a way, I think the two parties really need to be identified as far as what's their platform. So the two ugly words really is what I identify with. Is either liberal or conservative, and I identify liberal.
So you're a liberal. Okay. Why?
Right.
Why?
So
Why are you a Democrat? And why do you identify more as a liberal than a conservative?
because I believe that Democrats identify their platform as more liberal. So therefore, I align with more the liberal thought process. And though I am a believer, I believe that Christ was liberal, and he allows you to make your own decision without having any hindrances or trying to.
Sir, I've never heard somebody say Christ was liberal. You're the first person I've ever heard say that.
I've
Yeah,
only heard radical when it came to it.
Very interesting.
yeah, he's
Very,
I don't
very
know too many
interesting.
liberals who are going into Pharaoh's temple and turning over the tables and whipping folks.
Very
I don't know
interesting.
how that turned into a liberal camp.
That's
well,
interesting. right there.
first of all, you got to understand his character of being liberal has nothing to do with having this is my father's house. You got to respect it. That's two different things. That's like saying, oh, I'm passive, and you can kick me in my face and I'm not going to do nothing to you. That's two different things. That's two different things of wanting you to have the best life and you to make your decisions, and then your decisions are infringing on my lifestyle. That's two different things.
So turning over the tables in the temple, that was liberal, huh?
No, turning over the table was a frustration with what you're doing with my house. Now you can do this in your house,
That's
and
radical.
I don't have
That
a problem
really
with
radical.
it. But when you're doing it in my house, I got a problem with it. That's what that is.
Okay, all right. So you're Democrat.
And again, I just want to be clear. Yeah, I lean Democrat, but it is because I'm liberal, and their views line up with my views.
So what you said your people. What views line up with your people?
Well, my people. Well, the liberal views. And if you look back, I think it was 1964, and you look at the different parties and their platforms, and the lady mentioned earlier that there was a swap. It was because their platforms swapped. They no longer were leaning liberal.
Somebody said Jesus wasn't independent. Okay, we're gonna have that. We're gonna have that fight.
And so what I believe in, even AB, even being a Christian, I even speak behind the pulpit. Even that is that I will vote every day in my house to I'm against it, but I want you to make your own decision. So I'm not gonna make rules and regulations to justify you to make you conform.
So let's go through this. Democrats, Biden's 1994 crime bill, locking up generations of black men. DACA, opening door for dreamers, yet reparations, they want to do a study. Ukrainians are getting billions. LGBTQ communities got executive orders. Asians got an anti hate bill. What have you gotten, sir?
Well, if I look at it, and it's a very touchy subject when we talk about reparations. And when we look at, and the lady made a great point about when we look at the parties or the ideology, conservative or liberal, which one has been beneficial for me? So when she made the statement about the things that got pushed that helped me, equal rights, affirmative action, all these things that got pushed by the Democratic Party because of the liberal mindset. So therefore, that's why I lean towards them. So when you say, what have they done for me? Well, the best, reparations is a tough thing to deal with when you have to think of the magnitude of the disbursement. So when I look at what you can do for me is leave the door open or make a way that I can come to the table. See, by my generations, because of my parents had an opportunity to move forward, they were able to invest in me, and I moved forward. And so now I can invest in my kids. But if you had closed the door on my grandfather, he would not have, as a porter, he would not have been able to afford the things that allowed my father.
That's how the Democrats begin. They begin
hold
as
on,
a hindrance.
Hold on, real quick.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though?
Yeah. Did you go to college, sir?
Yes, I did a little bit of college.
A little bit. Did you pledge any fraternity?
No, I did not.
Okay, cousin. Do you want to respond to this brother, man? Do you want to respond to him, cousin?
Well, I'm trying to, and I, brother, first, I want you to understand that there's a whole lot of word salad in there that you just spit out here for. That really was.
Go and ask me single questions, and I'll answer.
Okay. You mentioned affirmative action. In what way did affirmative action help you?
Okay, so as I'm an electrician. So affirmative action said, you got to allow so many people. See, before affirmative action came, I was qualified to be in the union. I was smart enough. I served and I learned the trade, and I possessed the ability, but they weren't allowing, they weren't granting space for me. So affirmative action said, you got to at least grant him space. Not that he's already qualified. So just saying affirmative action doesn't mean you bring in the least qualified. You just open the door for those who have been knocking for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years because they're qualified. So that's my take on affirmative action.
Okay, you understand that affirmative action mostly helped the dominant society.
Yes, right. Yes. This is
okay. So the idea that while you may have individually gotten or received a modicum of success, a modicum of a hand,
Right.
they did not receive modicums.
Right.
They received truckloads of cash,
You are
goodies, gifts, gifts, giveaways, and goodies,
You are
guaranteed.
correct. You are correct.
And,
But
and
So
hold
when
on.
I say what they've done for you,
my point is
although in the singular, yes, there's some minuscule movement that was made, but in the aggregate for the body, for the black body politic,
I get you
what
on
have
that.
they done?
I get you on that. But the reason why they want to roll all this back is because there was some positive effects in the brown and black community. That's why they want to get rid of it.
Yes, but now you're talking about what the Republicans want to do, and we're asking.
Let me make the statement. If it was not affecting other people outside of them, they could care less about it.
Okay, I can only say this again. We understand why we were loyal to the Democrat Party originally, or since, should I say, since the civil rights.
I just
Since
want to know,
civil
are we
rights.
moving past what we were just talking. We're talking about something else.
No, I'm saying I understand why those of us feel that we have some sort of attachment to the Democrat Party because of the civil rights movement. Because we believed that King, when he told us that we could have it and make it and just be judged by the content of our character and not by the color of our skin, and we accepted that ideology for the time being. But what they haven't done since then is anything else for our community. Now, they've found ways to make sure and get laws passed that hurt our community, but they have not done anything that helps our community.
My
went out of the way,
favorite president.
went out of their way, not to mention, went out of their way to replace our community.
So
therefore,
my favorite. Let me say this because Democrat. My favorite president was Clinton, and he did something that opened the door for more brown and blacks to move forward. But wait, let me finish the statement. Let me finish the statement, dude. Let him
finish. Go ahead, Ivan.
But those who had power and position, especially the Republicans, capitalism, they saw an avenue to exploit it. And what I'm talking about was deregulating the banking system was to allow me a chance to, because I qualify. But there was so much, I qualified. This is what I'm talking about. There were people who qualified, but they weren't getting a shot. So then he deregulated it, and what did they do? They manipulated. They gave it to people who did not qualify. Why? So that they can make money at the moment. But that doesn't make the program evil. They manipulated that. And that's what I'm saying. Democrats have always been trying to look out for those who qualify, but just need the door to be open. That's it.
Well, let me ask you this then. Now, because you keep speaking to these other groups, these other entities and forces now, or subsections and factions of the American culture. That's what you're saying that the Democrats are speaking to, and you appreciate the fact that they leave the door open for that particular section and faction of America. Am I hearing that right? Would that be a good summary of what you said?
Explain to me again what you think I said, because I don't know. I'm not.
It sounds like you're saying because the Democrats said they're going to look out for the little guy, you believe in that particular ideology.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Now, my issue with this is when you say the little guys, you understand these little guys, these subsects of American culture and society.
When I say when you say little guy. When you're saying that I'm saying little guy, what I'm saying is middle class America.
Okay. Now
So,
let me just say this. Let me drop this.
Go ahead, I'm gonna come after you. Go ahead.
What I hear you saying is that even though these other groups have not been harmed like we have, they should still receive everything that we got.
Okay.
And not only receive everything that we got, but they get to come in front of us and get something, even though we even though we were here first and have not received what we were supposed to receive in the first place.
And you're correct on the statement. The problem is why that this has been such an such a permanent mindset is because the ones who are in power making decisions have made it in their mind that this group we will not help. This group we will fight everything. I'm gonna take the bust of this Martin Luther King out of. I'm gonna take the bust of the Martin Luther King out of the over. I will not help this group of people. That is their mindset. So yes, you are correct. So you are correct. They have allowed other races, other ethnic.
So why?
Wait. Let me just finish. And they have allowed that to transpire without saying we need to help this group.
So why do you keep you know that people, that group of people that you're talking about that are doing that are Democrats. So why?
I would have thought about that, but the Democrats are the only ones that are talking about, and this is what I'm saying now. It's like the Diddy trial. They went too far. They should have just came down a little bit. But the Democrats are the only ones that are talking about reparations. But I think it should be toned down a little bit so that everyone can say, yeah, this can be done. This can be done. So by them,
why would we tone down reparations?
So by them talking, because there's that group of people in America who are totally without any question against it. So you have to tone it down a little bit to a place where they're, because this group don't want to see
you don't have to make
brown
the
and
truth
black
more digestible.
succeed. They don't want them to. So you have to find where you can. And in my heart, affirmative action.
You a baseball pitcher, brother.
And
you are a baseball pitcher. You know that. You want that knuckleball.
I have no idea.
You want that knuckleball thrown on the inside corner of the plate for the strike for it in order to get by.
And you say that why?
Democrats
because it sounds like you want the delivery to come a particular way so that it will be more palatable to the dominant society.
Yeah,
and
so
that's
the
word. And my friend,
sir, I want you to understand this. This is what I want you to understand. Listen, I need you to get a little bit more selfish. You're a little bit too nice. You're letting everybody come through the door, and you don't want to shut the door and say nobody else is coming in. When are you going to say enough is enough? I'm tired of the lies. I'm tired of the deceit. I'm tired of the propaganda. I'm tired of the witchcraft. And just close the freaking door.
You know when I will do that.
Hold on. You tried it for the last 60 years. Black people have tried this thing, Democrat, for the last 60 years. And it has not served us. You said affirmative action, sir. That didn't serve you. You were going to get the job regardless. No, you were going to succeed regardless, sir, of affirmative action. Okay, you were going to get in the door regardless of any type of policy they put, because those policies were never specific for you and they were never for you. They were always for somebody else, packaged as minority. They were all. First of all, you're not a minority, sir. You're an American. And it sounds to me like you could be a foundational Black American.
No, we're African Americans.
So I just want to address one thing. One, if that was the case,
I'll go after you.
They would not be rolling it back. If that was the case, that it did not benefit the brown and black community, they would not be rolling it back.
Bringing up the brown. There is no brown and black community. There's only our lineage and everybody else's lineage.
Well,
no, that's not how
you're not.
You're correct. I will agree. I will agree with you. I'm going to make.
Hold on, Malcolm. I'm gonna come to you, brother. I hear you up there. Listen. Check this out. Listen. You're either of the lineage or you're not. When are you going to get what's due to you? Why do you keep hoping they're going to do something for you eventually when they've shown to you they're not going to do anything for you at all?
Let me just make a statement, and then
You are not a minority in your own
Right.
freaking country.
Host, I just want to make this last statement.
Let me give you the numbers real quick before you make your
Real
last
quick,
statement.
because I'll forget because you're going down. I'll forget. Let me just jump
Say
in
it real quick.
because
Say it real quick.
the gentleman said oh man, I see that and just fact the ranking race. So if I want something to change, I have to go through the ranking race. Hey, I mean, let's get it real. If I don't get enough of them on my side, they make the rules. They make the rules. They're the ones that have been all these years telling me I can only go so far. So if I don't get them, so last statement.
I'm gonna forgive you because you've been involved in
all these last statements, bro. But here's the thing.
I'm gonna forgive you because I know how inherently racist Boston, Massachusetts is, and how that mindset can sometimes.
Dude, your man said it. I'm only using what your man said. They're the race in power. How did he say it? I'm sorry, but how did he say it? Because he was
Listen,
what
sir.
was he saying? What was the
This is what I'm
phrase?
gonna say real quick. Hold on, Ivan.
The dominant society.
Dominant. That's it. Dominant. That's it. I'm sorry. Dominant society.
Hold on real quick.
Society. That's the word. Now replace what I said with dominant society.
I got you. Ivan,
that's what I'm talking about.
Ivan.
Yeah.
We've been standing on business since out of slavery, sir. No one has ever been on our side, but we've always forced them to make exceptions for us. We got the birthright. It was us standing on business that got birthright citizenship, sir. It was us in 1865 that said, hey man, we got to emancipate these slaves or we're not going to win. It was us saying, hey man, enough is enough.
I don't know who us is.
The pension.
You lost me. Who is us?
Us is foundational Black Americans, sir. It was
Black. So let me ask you something.
Did
the foundational Black Americans, let me ask you, did the foundation Black Americans able to do whatever they want to do without the dominant society?
Sir, we've been doing it, sir. When we were segregated,
then why
we had over 200,000 farms, sir. We had over 30,000 masonries and buildings, sir.
They were stolen.
Integration.
It's called
integration.
They were stolen by the local communities.
Sir, Black Wall Street, sir. Sir, don't overtalk me.
But that's my point. That's my point. They were stolen by a dominant.
Right.
That's my whole point.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir.
Ivan, just a moment, sir. Calm down.
Jesus. Ivan, sir, we integrated. That's what happened. That's the biggest aha moment. That's how we lost it all, because when we didn't integrate, we still had some of it.
And the Democrats tried to do it again.
Yeah, they came in and they destroyed some of it. They destroyed our Oscarville and turned it into Lake Lanier. They destroyed our Rosewood. They destroyed our historically Black towns. We used to have all the Malibu front properties right there. They took it. And built their stuff over there. We still got one historically Black hotel in California that's on the beach. One. But we used to have many, sir. Inkwell. If you go back to the movie Inkwell, we had many businesses, many islands. They just took them. Sir. They just took eminent domain them. We understand that. But guess what? We kept fighting. We kept building. We kept standing on business. We always known that they're not going to give us anything. We have to take it. We got to demand it. We got to stand on business. That's what we've always known, sir. And listen, the dominant society is going to be the dominant society, but we don't have to cape to no Democrats to get no crumbs. That's what you're suggesting. You're suggesting we got to cape for the dominant society, for Democrats, because we're going to get some crumbs under the term minority, right? You can't, listen, you are the largest ethnic group in this country. Did you know that, sir? Did you know that foundational Black Americans, 50 million foundational Black Americans is the largest ethnic group in this country. When they use white and black, that's how they make us 13, 14, 16. That's how they lump us in with minorities. We're not minorities. We're actually the majority. We are the swing vote. That is power in this country. The swing vote is power in
And
this
they are
country.
14 trillion of this country's assets.
If we just use our swing vote power and say we're going to vote as a bloc, not as a party, we will control and dominate things in this country. A la the Democrat Party not getting into office again. We did that. Foundation of Black America said Kamala's not black. We don't trust her, especially from what she done in California as a district attorney. We don't like that woman. We don't want her in office. Her laugh is crazy. She's pretty much a slave owner. She's a descendant of slave owners. We don't want her in office, and we didn't vote. We didn't vote, or we didn't vote for her. And that's how we crashed the Democratic Party. We got the power to do that because we are really the base of the Democratic Party. But when we remove that power that they've been using because of, not to put you down, sir, but from people who think like you, that's what's been giving them power. Sir, you are not a liberal first. You are a foundational Black American first. Your lineage comes before anything. You need to be pushing lineage-based policies. You've been deserving. It's been your time. You should not be allowing yourself to be in the backseat to anything. You should not be talking about black and brown anything. There is no such. Black and brown is a democratic agenda. It's a propaganda that they've been running on us. There's never been a black and brown. How do we know this? Because we know when they get in political office, what do they practice? They practice anti-black hate. They practice inclusion or exclusion, not inclusion. That's what they practice. We can go to the job site. You said you're an electrician. Well, guess what? Guess what's going to happen, sir? They're going to try to hire more of them than they are of you if they're in power. You thought because affirmative action? No, affirmative action was a trick bag that we all fell for. DEI was a trick bag that we all fell for because it doesn't mention specifically black. It doesn't mention specifically us. If it mentions specifically us, that's different. The problem is it never does. It's always a ploy to get more of them in power than us. And the so-called people that Bill Clinton put in power, sir, let's just keep it a buck. Those may have been black people, but those weren't our people. Those weren't foundational Black American. You look in politics and these congressionals and all these House representatives, they're full of what we like to call tethers because they don't come from here and they're here to undermine us. They're here to cosplay and pretend and tell black people what they're full of Roland Martins, who's not of our lineage, he's Haitian, to say, beep, 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 black folk, y'all need to get y'all that together, beep, 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 this, and force us to vote with our emotion, not with our logic.
Yep.
Do you understand that?
I've been listening to you.
Do you understand? Did I say anything false?
Yes.
Yes.
What?
What did I say false?
You know what? Too much.
The other gentleman that said yes, I'll let him go because when I talk, y'all start jumping.
Go ahead.
Come on, Malcolm. You said yes. What's the yes?
So firstly, I would like to say that it is extremely disrespectful for you to compare the people of the past who fought for our rights as foundational Black Americans.
First of all,
they
where
are
do you
not
come
foundational
from?
Black
Let's get this out the way, sir, that you're going to speak.
They are not foundational Black Americans.
Malcolm, hold up a second. Introduce yourself properly, brother. Introduce yourself and then go into your thing.
Know who you are.
Not Malcolm.
Sir, where's your family from?
Here. USA.
Okay, you're a tether. You're a lion tether. We've already got that established. Now go ahead.
USA. What? All right.
You're not from the USA. You might have been born here, but you got immigrant in your background.
All right.
Go ahead.
Anyway, I would like to say that it is very disrespectful for you to compare those people and try to tie them in with your own group. Also, you guys were having this conversation.
Now he said your own group. He's not of the lineage family. Go ahead, Tether.
Yeah, I'm not an FBA. No, that group is stupid. But you guys were having this conversation about the door and the table, and you're all missing the mark on it about opening the door, closing the door, or just taking whatever you want. No, the true question is how we value and what we need to be valued. Why are we worshiping a table? Why are we caring about a door? We're not looking at things in the right image.
We, you're not us, sir.
What is that? What are you talking about? But what I'm
Let him
saying
finish. Let him finish, man. Let him finish.
like what I'm saying is you're building up the Democrats to be some sort of anti-black pillar, as if one, Republicans don't do the same, and two, that FBA
Did I even mention the Republicans,
solve.
sir? Did I even mention the Republicans? We're talking about the Democrats. We're not mentioning the Republicans. We're gonna trust me. We're gonna get to the Republicans on another date, but we're talking about the Democrats.
Okay. So let me ask you this: FBA, is it supposed to be some type of political organization as long as
No.
ethnical movement, or
No, it's not, Malcolm. No, it's not.
It's a lineage. It's a lineage.
But I mean, like, explain what is the FBA movement?
First of all, we are the foundation. This country wouldn't be where it's at if it didn't have the foundation. We built the foundation of everything that's prosperous in this country. Every industry, every genre of music, the culture, everything. We are the foundation. We are descendants of chattel slavery. A lot of us are indigenous. We're born here. We all got reclassified, mixed in together, and we became one family. And we built everything in this country. The red natives didn't build anything, but the indigenous blacks, foundational black Americans, the copper-colored people, we did everything. We put everything that you enjoy here in this country. It was because somebody bled, unalived, and fought for this. Our ancestors did that. We did that. We're talking about the 50,000 patents that came out of slavery from 1865 on. We're talking about the many inventions from the stoplight. We're talking. The very device we're using, foundational Black American. We're talking about years of contribution that we built on this land. That's why we're saying foundational Black American. We are separating and delineating ourselves from the term African Americans because I'm not African. You might be, but I'm not African. I'm not African American. I'm not an immigrant in my own country. I'm the very definition of American. The very definition of American. I'm a foundational Black American. So
quick question, real quick.
Hold on,
What does
yes,
the
we
white
are
American
American,
call
but
you?
we are not Americans in the way.
What does America as a whole call you? Not you, not what you call yourself, but what does America on a whole call you?
We're identified as African Americans or Black.
No, that was Jesse Jackson bringing that term in.
No, but his question.
We are African Americans.
No, you are, sir. You are.
No, I'm not an African American. I'm not two continents, brother. I'm not two continents, Malcolm.
You are an anchor baby. You are an anchor baby, sir. I'm not an anchor baby. No one anchored me.
Like, what are you talking about?
Asking what does the world identify us as, and it is African American or Black. Is that what you're asking, Ivan?
Yeah, because I can call myself anything. And by my own definition of my own intellect, I can come up with a label that I want to be recognized as. That's for me, and I can give that to you. And then, but you can choose whether you're going to accept that or not. But overall, in America,
let me tell you the power that we got, Ivan.
Let me just finish. They have given a certain look, a certain character, a certain but they have labeled this name African American to a certain type of person. That's what we recognize. That's what's on the forms. That's what's on the applications. That's what's.
Let me tell you what's happening there.
Did
you know the census is changing and it's about to break us down ethnically now? Did you know in California they're already saying, "Hey, we are thinking about changing the classification to separate foundational Black Americans from all other Black immigrants." Did you know that? That's the power that we have. See, we are taking that. Hold on.
You stated a statement that I didn't understand. You said Black Americans as opposed to Black immigrants. Well, Black immigrants aren't Americans.
Correct.
So I'm
But
trying to understand what you're saying.
but hold on. There
But
are
they get to
Nigerian
classify
Americans.
themselves right now, currently, as
Right
African
now,
Americans.
all these people are coming over here, and you know what they're classifying themselves as? African American, Caribbeans, African American, Africans, African.
Trevor Noah is an
That's what they
African
classify
American.
themselves as.
African. They all get to
Elon
come over
Musk is an
and get
African.
lumped into us.
Exactly.
I don't even
But
agree.
the moment, hold on, Ivan. The moment they get some wins, that's when you find out who they are.
Right.
We don't know. We all think everybody's black until I'm the first Trinidadian or I'm Nigerian. You know, the Nigerian American won the spelling bee. They love to delineate thin, but guess what? When they go to jail under the term black, we get blamed for it. When they do some crime in our city under the guise of black, we get blamed for it. You see what I'm saying?
I agree with you.
All their stuff.
Right. I agree with you.
Their stuff on us. And then when they do something positive, they get to say, I'm not black.
Right. I agree with you.
I'm not black. I'm
an American.
So what we want to do is we want to separate from them. I get it. Those are nice. We want all the Nigerians to get all their wins.
Ivan, can
I want to ask a quick question.
You've been asking all the questions.
I know. We got.
Wait a minute. I've been listening to you, man. Come on.
I haven't said
for a good
nothing.
10 minutes because I was washing dishes.
Hold on. We got native black people.
Don't even come like that way. If you're gonna be
step up, who haven't got a chance to speak.
I haven't got
Wait a minute. Hold up. Calm down. Ivan, you have had a bit of time. Step up is correct when she says you're asking the questions because you interact to get some clarity and clarification, and I understand that. But you have also been taking up quite a bit of the time. In this particular instance, honestly, we were speaking to not Malcolm.
Right. That's what. And remember, I said, "Well, we're going to get out."
See,
I said,
you said you interjected. Is my point.
Let me. I want to defend that statement. Did I ever make the statement? No. Let him go ahead. Did I ever say that?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
You just did it.
That nigga's tripping.
All right.
Not Malcolm. Do you have anything else you want to bring up?
We're going to step up and then we're going to go to Native Black who raised their hand. Or hold on real quick. Native Black, you want to interject real quick before we go back to not Malcolm?
No,
Native Black, you want to interject real quick. If you got something real quick, if not, I'll come to you and give you your time to speak. You got something to say real quick?
Yeah, you can just come back to me.
Okay, I'm gonna come to you and we're gonna give you a chance to speak, brother. Not Malcolm. You sound like a young brother, man. You sound like a young brother. Okay?
You just said I wasn't American.
Where is your family from, sir?
USA.
How is that a definitive answer, not Malcolm?
Tethers talk like that, sir.
How is that a definitive
I don't
answer?
care what tethers do. That's the difference between you and I. I'm not worried about other people. Now listen to what I'm
afraid of your homeland. Why are you afraid to recognize your homeland? Why are you afraid to recognize your homeland? Why are you afraid?
By your logic, if I was a tether, wouldn't I have said my homeland?
No. Because tethers lie. That's why.
Oh my God. All right. Anyways.
They obfuscate the answers.
Listen to my point.
They cosplay as Black American. They want to blend in with us to hide. That's what they want to do.
I don't want to be anything like you, my nigga.
If he can't tell us who he is.
Hold on. You don't want to be anything like you, my nigga. Why would you say that?
Because you got a hat that says FBA on. That's not.
Check this out, young man. We don't use that word up in here because we recognize and honor each other's positions and thoughts.
Okay.
That's a very disrespectful term. Now, please do not address anyone up here with that. We have not addressed you accordingly.
I don't think he was
tried to be respectful in how we've spoken to you. Have we not?
It really is. But look, now I would like to say I really do believe that it is illogical to cling on to the American identity and push away from the Black diaspora, especially when the American identity works off the backbones, as he said, of chattel slaves. If we are the descendant of chattel slaves, that does make us Black, correct? If capitalism was built off of them, what do you think is going to do to us? What do you think is going to do to us? We are secondary in the eyes of white supremacists, in the eyes of capitalism. Why would we push away from our brothers and sisters, well, not really brothers and sisters, but from our community, our diaspora, and try to cling onto what is shredding us piece by piece? That makes no sense.
Because you're not plugged into the grassroots and you don't know what actually
To the
black people
grassroots. What are you talking about? I just gave you
Have
a
you heard of the
real
new black media,
story, and
brother?
you're talking about
brother,
grassroots.
you're not plugged into the grassroots, so that's why you're talking like a tether, because you're not plugged in. You don't know what's going on. And you too, Ivan, if you knew what was going on, you wouldn't be sounding like that too, sir.
What are you talking about?
Tell me what's going on.
Counteract anything that
What's
I
going on?
Are either of you gentlemen familiar with the new black media? The new black media would be Professor Black Truth, the Black Authority, 𝗤𝗏 Nasheed, Vicky Dillard, 𝗤𝗏 Cabrera,
Bro, I'm not
Phil
gonna lie, bro.
Scott,
I'm not gonna lie,
Afro
bro.
Elite,
Can I ask a
a
question?
host
What's
of
their
other.
agenda? What's
If
their
you-
agenda?
See, are you going to let me finish them so you can go look them up and see what their agenda is, sir?
You gave me enough names.
Yes, I gave you enough names, and now you what their agenda is. Okay, what their agenda is a 100% black perspective. It's not 98.2%. It's not 70%. It is a 100% black perspective.
We don't, not Stephen A. Smith. Come on, stop it. Whoever said Stephen A. Come on, stop it.
See, if you're not voting, is supposed to be a transactional act. I do for you, you do for me.
Hold on, cuz let me say
You
it like
cannot find that in the Democrat Party.
Hold on, everybody. Let me say it like this. Listen, I'm gonna give it to you straight.
You can't find that in America.
You still haven't answered my question.
Hold on. I'm not Malcolm. I'll come back to you, sir, because we got Step Up and we got Native Black that need to speak. But hold on, let me say it like this. Listen, and it's for everybody. We don't trust anybody in mainstream media. If you're watching legacy media, if you're watching the CNN, the Fox News, that's the problem. That's the problem right there. They're never going to give you a black perspective. They're going to give you a propaganda and agenda that benefits who? The dominant society. They want you to be lost. They want you to be confused. They want you to be entertained. They don't want you standing on truth. They don't want you speaking, standing on business. They don't want you doing any of that. They want you being full of emotion. That's why they want to pull the race card all the time. And they want you to vote with your emotions, not with your logic. Okay? The new black media, the agenda of the new black media is to give it to you from us. We're no longer letting other people tell our story. We're no longer letting someone else spin a narrative that's different than ours. We're not letting people who don't come from our community tell our story anymore. We're stepping up and we're reporting. We're gonna give the news to our people, for our people. We're not gonna let some YT person tell us suspect is African American and he's a danger, a predator. We're not going to let them put those terms. We're going to tell you what we see from our eye point. That's what's going on. We are going to tell you, hey, we're going to stomp for reparations. We're telling our people we need to get on code. We need to delineate. We don't need to be mixing in with other black immigrant groups, because those black immigrant groups, they don't have the same mindset that we have. They don't have the same goals that we have. We have a different culture that they don't even want to acknowledge and respect. They come over here and tell us, hey man, you guys are thugs, you guys are criminals, you guys just reciting YT supremacist points, whatever their white daddy told them, that's what they believe. And they come over here practicing tribalism, family. They come over here practicing tribalism, and they don't want to unite with us. How can we unite when they're not even united in their own homeland? How can we unite when they're ashamed, like not Malcolm, to admit they come from a different country than here? We can't unite with liars and scammers. They come over here with scam degrees. Anybody on the mainstream media that someone else puts in power that looks like us, we can't trust. If they don't come from the grassroots, we can't trust them. If they're boule, we can't trust them. That's why I asked you if you was in a fraternity, sir. That's why I asked, because I wanted to see what your angle was, because it makes sense. If you were part of a Greek fraternity, guess what you're going to be? Probably a Democrat.
The boule is way more than fraternities. but one,
Kool-Aid and
I'm not
tethers are
from
what
any place that's not
have
even
infiltrated
America.
the
And another
NAACP.
thing,
We can't
how
trust the
does that answer my question?
NAACP.
You still have
We
yet to
can't
answer my
trust the
question.
NAACP. We can't trust the NAACP. We can't trust the Black Caucus. We can't trust black people in politics right now because they're not us. They're not foundational black Americans. They don't care about our lineage. They're always going to go with this black and brown coalition, this minority thing. They're always going to minimize us, and they're going to make us they're going to make us think they're doing something for us by doing these catch-alls. And we are saying we don't want that. We want lineage-based policies only. Now go ahead, not Malcolm, and then I got to go to somebody else. Go ahead.
It's like you see the message, but you aren't getting the point. You're saying that these black politicians aren't going to vote for us, but you're not understanding that politics are a scheme. We should not be trying to uphold capitalism, period. And that's what I'm saying. You're not answering my question. How does pushing away from the black community, the black diaspora, and clinging on to capitalism, how does that justify anything?
We're not saying on to capitalism. That's what you're saying.
No, by doing what you're doing, you're upholding capitalism.
No, I'm
This
not.
whole,
Yes.
listen,
Listen,
talk
every group.
Hey, you said let me go, right? So let
Every
me talk.
group delineates. So when we do it,
You said let me talk, right? You said let me talk, right?
So when we do it,
You
we're
said let me
opposed
talk, right?
capitalism. Brother, I'm not gonna put up with the disrespect, sir. I'm the host.
Did you say let me talk, yes or no?
I'm the host, sir.
Did you say
I'm
let
the
me talk,
host.
yes or no?
I'm the host, sir.
Yeah, you also a nigga with a weak hat on. Did you say let me talk or not?
Brother, goodbye. How about that?
Yeah, nigga, take that hat off. I ain't gonna lie. And get a better haircut.
Just goodbye. Just goodbye. This is a young nigga. This is a young tether. He's a tether.
He does
very,
have a point.
Very sassy.
You are
and
the
that's
host.
why he's a Democrat. Go ahead.
A host. You are the host. That we give it to you. And you are very long-winded, but you're the host. So it is. But then when you turn it over, you got to allow him to make his point so that you understand what he's trying to say. I understood what he was going to go to. I don't know if the rest of the and just real briefly, he's saying that you're giving into capitalism because you're basing it from a foundation of the power economically that we possess, and that's what he was trying to get to. But I'm going to turn it back over and listen some more. But you've got to give people like this. This is good. I like that. Go ahead.
So first of all, delineating has nothing to do with economic. I mean, has nothing to do with capitalism. Economics, yes, but capitalism, no. Capitalism is capitalism, and I'm not for or against capitalism, but I'm for my lineage. I'm for the non-erasure of my lineage of my people. We're not going to allow a bunch of musty tethers coming over here and dilute us. Right? We're not going to allow a bunch of musty tethers come over here and speak for the black community as if they're blacker than us. That's what's been going on. You got Caribbeans saying, black people don't need reparations. What? You got the very people that say we don't need reparations in our reparations committees. In our reparation committees. How? They don't even qualify for reparations, but they get to vote on our reparations and do a study on our reparations and then speak on our reparations. How does that even make sense? That's why we are delineating, because they're coming over here and they're cosplaying as us and they're saying, I'm black, we, us. They're using all those terminologies. That is very deceitful, right? Very just all the above, man. It's terrible what we've allowed it. We've allowed this thing to go on for years unchecked, and now we're checking it. Let me hear from Straight Up. Let me go to Native Black. Straight Up, go ahead. Or Step Up. Sorry.
Step Up.
That's okay. Thanks for allowing me to come up. I've been missing you. Where you been?
Man, I had to take a couple classes, get a couple certifications, and then
Awesome.
my best friend got married, so I had to, and I was in the wedding, so I had to prepare for that.
All right. Well, good to see you back. And I am a Democrat again. I was an independent. So let me tell you why I might change.
Okay.
I really didn't want to ever. I will probably go back to being an independent. But do you know when you're an independent, you can't vote for to vote. I don't know if that's the primary elections, but when two people are
Yes,
running,
they made it so that you can either A or B. That's it.
well, that you really don't have any say. I'm like, wait a minute.
The say is whether or not they are going to get your support. That's the say. Period. I understand that the politicians are going to do their thing. They go try and sell their soap. But if your soap ain't doing me no good, then exactly why would I give you this nickel for my soap? And in this case, the nickel is your vote.
Right. So that's why I switched to being a Democrat, because I guess they say you really don't care what Democrat is right. I don't really remember how it went.
You bought the vote blue no matter who line.
Yes. So
okay, that was a mistake, sister. Yeah, that was a huge mistake.
So I signed up to be a Democrat so I could help pick who ran as president. But anyways, right now I kind of like what Trump is doing because he's bold. He's bold. He does some things that's out of pocket that nobody's used to. But I still think he has us on his agenda, and it scares the bejesus out of me that we're not prepared to deal with his shenanigans. Whatever comes up in 3.5 years, I worry about that. But I just don't know what he's going to do to African Americans, foundational Black Americans, So I wanted to get more clarity on FBA, because when I learned about it, maybe about 3-4 months ago, I thought I was not included as a FBA. It seems like it's changing now to be more inclusive as, I don't know, for Black Americans, American Indians, and just people who call themselves Black. So can you explain that? Is it, because I used to
some within our heritage have Indian blood, Indian past. Some in our history have been raped, and therefore they have a certain level of the dominant society within them. Some of us were here during the entire frame, which has molded us into one ethnogenic body, being Black.
But what about the majority of us that are not on TikTok who still say they're African American? And sometimes it slips, I'll say it, but just because, I'm going to be honest, it's only because of the bullying and the treatment of Africans that I no longer want to be associated with that term, because I didn't know how they behave. I didn't know this is how they felt and some Jamaicans. So this is just personal. But had I not ever met them on TikTok, because I really don't deal with, or I don't really know a lot of Africans out in the community.
It's not a lot of immigrants in your community.
No, not that I know of, or I can't recognize them. No. But I do.
And that's why.
I don't. I do volunteer at a pantry on Mondays, and they are in line. There's like about 5 families that we serve. And they are African, but they seem nice. They smile, and they do look a little bit uncomfortable, but we just, they're in our community somewhere. I just don't know where. But so can you explain the FBA term so we all are included as FBA, even if you say African American?
So you are. Some foundational Black Americans, whether they know it or not, some African Americans, whether they know it or not, are foundational Black Americans. If you're a Pan-Africanist and you're from the lineage, you're from the lineage. It's a lineage. That's all it is. Foundational Black American is a lineage. We are just separating our lineage from everybody else's lineage. We are getting more clearly defined. when we say foundational Black American, you know exactly the lineage we're talking about. We're talking about those that went through chattel slavery. We're talking about our indigenous Black Americans who were reclassified, who went from American Negro, who went from colored, who went from the American Indian, who got reclassified in this country to the term African American. We're talking about those people whose roots and their soil is here on this location. We're not continental Africans. We're not generic Africans. Okay, we are foundational Black Americans, and when we say foundational Black American, that separates us from them.
And I like that. I was just wondering, are there also people at least training FBAs how to run for at least a city council space, and then they move up to Senate or they move?
Can I tell you something? A lot of that stuff is going on. They're just not broadcasting it on TikTok. A lot of things are going on behind the scenes that just not strategy. Listen. I talk a lot openly, and people tell me even the stuff I say I need to be quiet and take it offline.
Well, we need to have representation. That's the only thing.
The reason why I speak openly as I do is because I understand that they pretty much dominate every platform, and plus we're at the point now where we got to wake as many people up as we can.
Right. And
so
unapologetic.
I can say, yeah, let's go into this hole and talk strategy, and we can talk strategy there away from everybody else. But that doesn't benefit the people who are still asleep because they don't know the strategy that we're running. People like Ivan don't know what we're doing.
I've been asking, what are you doing?
Pull retro back up too.
Unapologetically, because other cultures like the Hispanic, Latino, gays, or even people in Africa, they run on who they are. So they get their supporters. So why would
you have to let me say it to you like this, sister. Most of those subset groups that you're speaking of would have no problem running for either party because they are going to accept the party line.
Marcel Dixon was running what was grassroots, and he was running out of South Carolina.
South Carolina going against Clyburn, and if you're South Cat, get rid of Clyburn. That boy ain't helped y'all in 45 years.
Yeah,
but like you guys are saying, we are the biggest block. So let people know that FBA is foundational. It's for the American.
You know you're not going to get that from mainstream media, right? You know that mainstream media would never broadcast that message. Not one of them words would mainstream media say. Now you ain't gonna hear that on Fox, you ain't gonna hear MSNBC, you ain't gonna hear it on CNN. They would never say that.
We have to wake our people up and tell them what's going on because they're plugged into the dominant society media and they believe whatever they say. And we're telling you, hey man, you can keep that's propaganda and that's witchcraft. Why keep believing the propaganda and witchcraft? Why keep believing the lies and think they're going to
understand? So are you saying FBA's foundational Black Americans, African Americans have to keep who we really want to represent us in the House a secret?
No.
Why?
No, that is not what we're saying.
That's not what we're saying.
What we're saying is actually quite the opposite. If you go run, you make sure that your FBA comes before your D or your R.
That's it.
And too many of those running for office will throw the FBA way at the back of the sentence.
Oh, so it sounds like you guys, like I think I remember you saying you just want to take the bag or you want to go to the people running to represent us, regardless who they are. If they're white.
Here's the thing. What we're saying is we're going to do both. We're going to do both. We're going to run our grassroots people, the ones that we trust and we know are going to have the lineage first mindset, and then we're going to bring the bag. Okay, we're going to bring the bag to the table, and we're going to buy these politicians that can be bought.
Not necessarily teaching them how to run for office. You're still going to be just like people campaign, and you're gonna
have to run your own show. You're gonna have to run your own show.
Listen, we are trying to do both. Listen, we are trying to run our own candidate. and we're trying to pay for the ones that can be bought. Yes.
So why don't you start by trying to do your own party?
We're looking at that too. Listen. We are a lot more than when we first started. Okay. Again, we are a lineage. We're not a group. So we are mobilizing within our lineage. Does that make sense? We're mobilizing these things within our lineage, and a lot of this stuff we got going on, but it's in the back because it's strategy. We need to get a think tank. We're looking at getting a think tank. Black people, Black Americans have never had a think tank. Other groups have.
Well, I think you should stay with that and make sure it doesn't turn into a cult or a membership, or you got to do this.
Listen. We're a lineage. Your lineage can't be a cult, ma'am.
Right.
Your lineage can't be a cult.
I hope it works.
Your lineage. It's not. I hope it works. It's your lineage. You can't hope your lineage works.
So step up. Why are you a Democrat, dear?
It's your lineage.
I told you why. I didn't like the way they were sending my ballots, my mail-in ballots. I had no choice of the Democrat. They just said, wait until you find out who wins. And I mean, they kind of didn't give me the choice.
Listen. We need to delineate completely from the Democratic Party. It don't matter who they run because it's all going to be the Democratic. Think about it. It's all going to be the Democratic agenda. No matter who they pick. It's not going to be our agenda that's going to get pushed. It's going to be their agenda. So why are we even including ourselves in their agenda? We come out of their agenda. We don't care who they run. But guess what? When it comes time to tangibles, that's when they can get our vote. If they don't have anything for us, we don't have anything for them. They just don't get our vote. We let them crash. We let them fail. They cannot. Listen to what I tell you. The Democrats cannot succeed without foundational Black American support.
Yes, we'll move to a new party, just like MAGA and the Green Party. The Green Party.
Listen, it's not even about moving to a new party. We can do that. Yes, we can. But you're on the right track when you said we need to start our own party. Yes, we do.
I'm ready for that.
We do. It's time. It's been time. We need to start our own party that has our values and our agenda, not theirs. And we need to make sure that it doesn't get infiltrated by tethers. The problem with tethers is they come in, they look like us, and they lie. Yes. They will be like a tether will sit there and look just like us and say, my family's from Alabama, my family's from Mississippi, and they be straight Africans or Caribbeans. You understand what I'm saying? That's what we have to watch out for.
Inform me, what are the top 3 agendas to this movement?
It's not a movement, it's a lineage, sir.
What is the top 3 agendas to this?
Reparations, an anti-Black hate crime bill,
let me
and
answer
some land.
Hold on. We can give them that, but let me answer it like this. What agenda do Mexicans have?
No, what agenda?
I don't know, man. I'm not worried about the Mexicans.
What agenda?
I'm not worried about the Mexicans.
What agenda do white people have?
I want to suggest this. I've been listening, but I want to suggest this. When you have someone like me ask that type of question, do not make me get defensive. I'm asking to be educated, but your response is aggressive against what I'm asking. So wait. I've been listening, dude. I've been listening. So when I ask that, you need to be okay. I'm a biblical type of guy. You need to be at least talking to me to win me, and not talking to me to make me say I'm an idiot.
Maybe you could be part of the think tank, because I think that would have to be a quick response.
Ma'am, I want to hear from the host.
Hold on, Stepper. Listen, sir. I'm not here. Listen, I can't change your lineage. I'm not here to win you over to a lineage. You're already part of the lineage. You either are of the lineage or you're not.
No, that's not the question. And the win over might have been the wrong phrase. It's get me to understand what this movement is about.
I know what he's saying too, but he really wanted the direct.
Just like how your response was combative. Instead of saying this guy is reaching.
Okay, let me say it like this, sir. Okay, the first thing. There's two things you got to understand first. FBA is not a movement, and there is no leader of a lineage. FBA does not have a leader. FBA is a lineage. That's all it is. It's a distinct lineage. That's the first thing you need to understand. We are not a movement. There are no leaders of a lineage. We are FBA by birth. You're born into this. That's the first thing you got to understand. Now, what is our ideology? What do we want to see for our lineage? That's another question. What we want to see for our lineage is we want reparations for foundational Black Americans specifically, not a lift all policy. We want lineage-based policies that represent and benefit us. That's what we want. We want tangible. We're tired of symbolism. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of being put in the back seat. We're tired of that. That's what it is. We don't want to get lumped in with no Africans. We don't want to get lumped in with no Caribbeans. We don't even want to be part of the diaspora at this point because it's never benefited us. We're the Pan-Africans. We're the Pan-Africans. They're not Pan-Africans.
So we have
The Africans aren't even Pan-Africans. Hold on, man. The Caribbeans aren't even Pan-Africans. We're the ones that push Pan-Africanism. They don't even push Pan-Africanism. They're fleeing Africa. They're fleeing the Caribbean. That's what they're doing. They're fleeing all this. Didn't I drop you, brother? I don't want to hear from you, brother. I don't want to hear from a while.
Too much. If you were a think tank with Ivan, it would be reparations, and this is not the FBA movement yet. Just thinking, it would be you would want reparations so far, and you would want to delineate from all other groups outside of America born. And there's one more, and you just have to come up with one more. And you would get your 3. How about you make it up, Ivan?
No, so I understand what you're saying. So how does this enlightenment to this certain group of people, FBA, how are they able to overcome the dominant society?
We've been doing that. That's how we got civil rights. That's how we got ourselves out of slavery. That's how we're not living in shanty towns and doing bad like all these other groups. It's not because the dominant society want to give us anything. It's because we stand on business and make them give it to us.
So are you saying that who got us civil rights? The FBA?
Who else?
So were they able to push an agenda that civil rights came about?
Who else did it?
And if they did they need help from a portion of the dominant society?
Listen. Okay, check this out. We learn from our mistakes, right?
We look doing very well.
we look at the past, right? And we see what we did right and what we did wrong. Malcolm said it like this: I fear that I've integrated our people into a burning building. Or Martin Luther King said that. Malcolm said, be careful of the liberal fox. They smile in your face, but they're just as even more harmful than the staunch racist or the staunch Republican. We were warned these things. Dr. Claude Anderson said, hey man, we got to come out of their system and create a new system that Black people can benefit from. We got to listen to our people. We got to listen to people like Dr. Claude Anderson, who told us, who really gave us the term foundational Black American, because he was calling us native Black. That's how we got the term foundational Black American. We got it from Dr. Claude Anderson. Dr. Claude Anderson said, we are not Africans. We are native Black Americans. And we just took it a step further and solidified and put the F on it and said, no, we are foundational Black Americans. So we have to listen to people like Farrakhan, who said, we got to do for ourselves.
Is there a difference between FBA and just Black Americans?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Because Black Americans can be anybody who's Black. can be an African. It can be a Caribbean. You just heard. I think one of them was in there said one of them was he was Guyanese, but he was born in America, so he considers himself a Black American.
Okay,
No,
so is there
that's
a common entity that we can all just say we are Americans?
We can say that.
And if I can say that, if I can say that, why?
Okay, go ahead.
If I can say that, why do I need another definition? Why don't I just drop everything and just be American?
Because a Nigerian American can say I'm an American.
I'm just talking about Americans.
I hear you. Again, we must delineate so they don't erase us, sir.
I get you. I get you.
I understand foundational Black American because that makes it plain. There's no.
I get it. I get the separation from them. But
right.
I'm saying
you
but
want
the
to
conversation
from the dominant society too.
It's not
because they
included.
Also blame American.
I get that, but the conversation is leading to not being included as the American society because we don't want to be insinuated.
First of all, American.
What did you say, Malcolm X? What did you say? Martin Luther King said.
Let me explain, sir. American is a nationality. That's what it is.
Okay.
But foundational Black American is a lineage.
Okay, I get that. I get that. But what about the lineages of just an American? Those Americans that have lineages here. Why don't we just team up and be the American lineages? That's
because you cannot point to the other side advocating for that teamwork.
No, I'm not.
Any of these other subgroups that you're speaking of?
All of America.
And when have any of these others in America been on our side and pulled us to them and said, "This is what we're going to do for you"?
Muhammad Ali said it like this.
Are you talking about?
They have enough ability to stop us.
If Muhammad Ali said
what?
This is what Muhammad Ali
said. You said that they have not reached out to help us. And I guess standing in the place that we're in right now where we need to come together because we have not progressed like we should have, that meant we have been hindered.
Of course.
That's simple. That's simple.
Hey, can I talk to the brother real quick?
Talk to him, Simon. Talk to him, please.
So how do you say your name? Ivan?
Just say Ivan. Just say Ivan because it's a simple Ivan and then no. Ivan, no.
Okay, Ivan. Cool. So you asked the question, like, is a Black American or African American different from foundational Black American?
No, that's not what I asked.
But you say is there a difference?
Yeah, go ahead.
So when it comes to this is all about ancestry. This is all about lineage dates, right? Foundational Black American is the tracing of your genealogy to the 1870 census, the Emancipation Proclamation, 1865, 1863. You do know when our people were emancipated, right? This is about dates.
Yes. Yeah.
You know when our people were emancipated, right?
Yes.
All right, cool. Yes. Those people that were Those people that were emancipated went through an ethnogenesis up to that point. And then after that point, the United States government started reclassifying, giving these people a bunch of different names on their birth certificates, on their marriage certificates, on their death certificates. But meanwhile, there are always the same lineage of people creating greatness, right? And so what the United States government did by changing our ancestors that was emancipated from Negro to colored to Black, later on to African American, what it did was it made Africans and Caribbeans think that once you're born in America, because Democrats bastardized our 14th Amendment, so it gave immigrants the idea, whether you're an immigrant from India, an immigrant from Australia, an immigrant from Africa, a Hispanic, South America, wherever, the Caribbean, if you got melanated skin, it told immigrants that it's okay for you to claim you are the people who are the Juneteenth descendants of the Civil War. You see, the descendants of the Civil War were given a title called freedmen. We were Negro freedmen. Okay, that's a completely different class of people from the civil rights era Africans that migrated over here. We're a total different people from the civil rights era Caribbeans that came over here. We're a total different person than than some Pakistani that has melanated skin that moves to America that now puts on a suit, changes his religion, and now wants to dress up as a Black American. This idea that America is a melting pot is a tactic from the Democrats to erase the 55,000 patents in history, the 100+ music genres of that Negro freedman that was emancipated in this country. And so Black Americans, African Americans, they are the same people. They are the same people that can that have FBA lineage, that can trace their foundational Black American genealogy to the 1870 census, and they have ancestors that were emancipated during the Civil War, and that's what it is. Anything prior or later than that, yes, that happened, but the minimum criteria is you got to trace your ancestors to the 1870 census. You have to find an ancestor that was a slave in the United States and that was emancipated. That 1860s decade, the decade of the 1860s, from 1860 to 1870, was 10 years of nothing but codifying who the foundational Black American lineage belongs to. It belongs to the people of the Juneteenth descendants, the people that freed themselves in the Civil War. Like, a lot of people don't even know, like, during the Civil War, our ancestors freed themselves, got freed, and then was given a strap and a uniform and said, well, you got to go free the rest of your folks. It's not our job to. And so guess what? They took that on. And they marched plantation to plantation, freeing other Negro freedmen. All right, that's what happened. And then, right after that, we got our 1866 Civil Rights Bill. A lot of people don't even know. That 1965 Civil Rights Bill that Martin Luther King did, we didn't even need it. Didn't need it at all. Once again, didn't need it at all. We already had one. We already had our 1866 Civil Rights Bill. Right after that 1866 Civil Rights Bill, that's when we got our 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. The Negro freedman Black American is the only group to get 3 amendments in less than 5 years, specifically for them. What happened was Reconstruction happened, and the world started seeing that, oh shoot, the slaves got free, and now look at their towns they're building. If they have protections, they do great without anybody's help, without leaning on anyone. Fast forward to 2025, you have migrants that are in our political parties that just have melanated skin, that go off skin politics. And because we have a section of elders that were fighting the power back in the day, they have not looked at how the political scene has evolved. No immigrant in our political seats, don't care if they from the Caribbeans, Africans, Middle Eastern, European, I don't care where they from, especially the Hispanics ones.
Real
Hold on,
quickly, because it's been a minute and I forgot half the things I want, because you mentioned at least 10 points. And it's hard to have a conversation when you go past without me understanding a point. When you get down the line, I'm confused because I didn't understand 5 points ago. So I don't understand why people go on and on without saying, "Do you understand so far?" That to me is the way to go.
So you know what? And I'll begin doing that. Do you understand so far?
No, because you lost me.
Tell me what part.
You lost me. I had a question before, but one that really jumped out was you said that the Democrats made the or brought forth the phrase melting pot, when that's not true. It was done during the wave of Europeans coming over in the 1910s. So that right there is an error. But go ahead.
Wait, time out. Hold on, time out. So So out of everything I said, right? Out of everything I said, that little piece of Europe, the Ellis Island immigrants that decided to call it a melting pot, they actually stopped calling it a melting pot. And that's when I said, because in 2025, I switched to the date. In 2025, it's Democrats pushing this immigrant melting pot. They are the one bastardizing things. Do you
And so
understand?
no, because you are correct. There was multiple things I wanted to say. That one stood up because I didn't quite know how to combat on it because it never had any understanding on it. So I went ahead and typed it in to find out. But that was why it stood out, because I had no way to come back on it. But there was multiple things. But go ahead and I'll say that
So
one.
So one of the questions he had is, why can't we call ourselves FA instead of with the B in there for black?
Because you're gonna have
So
white
what?
people.
FA,
Foundational
Foundational
Americans?
Americans, or just American.
Well, because we're the people who put heritage and culture on the term black. But if we step away from any of our markers, we have this melting pot of immigrants that still want to take the history. We have history. All right, so in British, I'll put it like this: in British America, prior to 4th of July, in British America, there was a term that the British Americans and the Moorish and the people that were more the definition of what black was, and it meant something negative. It meant like unalive. Guess what? Those same Europeans that became the Anglo-Saxon white Protestants, right? They fought a war. When they fought the Revolutionary War, they were able to create their own constitution outside of this British constitution and this Moorish constitution, which means that this term black in the United States now has a different condensation. Black then got attached to the term Negro, and Negro was attached to U.S. chattel slavery. Them babies, those golden slave babies, right, are the Black American Negro freedmen that have created over 55,000 patents in this United States. We're the reason why the United States is a first world country right now. Actually, the first world country term was based off our success during Reconstruction. It was based off Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was based off Seneca Village. It was based off
So
near villages in all the Black American towns.
Yeah, but
I have
answer the
another question,
question.
Simon. So you're saying to delineate from the word black would be too hard right now because black is in so many of our historical just documents and all that. But where did the word black and brown come from? Because I think when they're
That's
talking
definitely
brown,
definitely a
that's black.
Democratic term. Yeah, that's a Democratic term, right? They started allowing Latinos, because Latinos didn't call themselves brown. They called themselves by their nation, or they would call, or they would use their language, right? And this translation from Moreno and all these other slurs, right?
Right.
What happened was when we kept voting, when Black Americans, it was us that did it. When we kept voting blue no matter who, blue no matter who meant skin tone. Vote skin tone no matter who. If they white and they Democrat, vote them in, and if they skin tone related, vote Democrat. We messed up. But we learned from that. So when we started allowing all these melanated Hispanics and all these melanated Caribbeans and melanated Africans to get voted into our mayor seats and our secretaries and our councilmen and our board of trusts, they created this black and brown coalition.
So I
There was
know
another thing, like during the Black Panther Party. It was part of one more thing. It was Another thing during the Black Panther Party, where the Latinos saw the success of the Black Panther Party, and then they made the Brown Brigade. Like, that's what I'm saying. Everything is based off our success. But right now, everything Democrat is anti-Black American for sure.
Correct.
So it would just be too hard to say we are now going to say we're brown because of the Latinos? Because a lot of
No,
people
we're
don't consider themselves black. They say, I'm not black, I'm not African. I hear that. Oh, don't call
Step
me.
up. How old are you, dude?
okay. So that's
What are you
wait.
talking
So,
about? I'm sorry.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So what you're listening to? Nobody's saying they're.
There's a lot
So
of
we have
people.
I put like this. We have American Indians. We have some of our lineage are of the American Indian, the Black Indians of the United States. Because Black wasn't a original tribe of the British colonies, that's why they say they're not Black, they're American, and they go by their skin tone, wanting to call themselves brown. At the end of the day, those American Indians are still Negro people. So whether they like it or not, those are Negro Americans.
No,
Negro
they're not
American.
calling themselves brown.
I'm trying.
What
They
do
set
you
up.
identify yourself as?
Yeah. What do you
What is her
identify
ethnic
as?
background? What is her ethnic background?
Oh
So
no, I should have asked her.
I am black, African American, American Indian, everything.
So that's my
So that's not
my
my
point.
What do
question.
your people call themselves?
They still call themselves African American.
How long they been calling
Well,
themselves
that's not
African
my
American?
question. That's
How
not
long
my
they been calling themselves African
question.
American?
Beyond that, I'm
How
asking.
long they been calling themselves African American?
I guess since 1984, but that's not my point.
They've
I'm
been calling
asking
themselves
about brown.
African American since
Yes.
1984. Can you please Google the year
Anyways,
before you can have it correctly?
it's not.
No, that's from Jesse Jackson's. That's from Jesse Jackson's
That was not in
Rainbow
1984.
Coalition.
Hold on.
It wasn't in 1984. I'll tell you that.
Step up.
That's a lot of cap. I can't believe. Listen, I'm not even here to argue. Hold on. Too much is talking.
Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. Just hold on. Listen. Step up. Listen. I know you just got the year wrong. You didn't mean to, but nobody was calling themselves African American back in 1984. What your family were calling themselves before 1988, they were probably calling themselves black, because that's what we were identified as. 1988, Jesse Jackson, who's a Democrat, who is on paper a Cherokee Indian, by the way. Okay, he's an Indian. Decided to call black people African American, while he classifies himself as an American Indian. Do you see that?
Yes.
And he's part of that Democratic Party.
Host, but we've gotten away from the original question.
Hold on real quick. Just understand. Anything coming from the DNC, comes from the top. It's based in agenda. Why did they want to call us African Americans? And now fast forward to today and put it together.
So I have come across a lot of people who do not want to call themselves black. I hear it every day on TikTok.
Then use freedmen, because that's also a term that is associated with foundational Black Americans.
But inside of that, host, it goes back to the original question. Why even mention black? Why don't we say we are an American and
because we're not eliminating our history, brother.
Do you ever? You got a problem. You got every time I open my mouth, he always jumps in before I finish my sentence.
I'm just trying to answer you, brother.
And I don't really like following people who got no self-control.
So Ivan, I literally answered that question.
I
was gonna try to.
So we're just gonna hold on to the word black as a positive thing. Foundational Black Americans. That's what you want to hold on.
Let me. Okay, we can argue that all you want, but we have other. You can call yourself freedman, ma'am. Nobody's gonna get upset behind that. Okay, that's another accepted terminology that we use interchangeably with foundational Black American. Foundational Black American or freedman. We use both of those terms to describe our lineage. If you have a problem with black, you can put in freedmen. You shouldn't have a problem with freedmen, man. You shouldn't have a problem with that. I want to let Not the Bag speak. I want to let Not the Bag speak. He's been waiting patiently, and then I want to bounce up to Monique. But y'all just got to understand, man. Y'all just got to understand. Listen. We can play the semantics, the word game, back and forth. Our lineage is our lineage. We are trying to. What we are doing is only trying to strengthen and preserve our lineage here in America. You got to be on board with that.
Yeah,
You got to be on board with that.
and get after it. I get it.
Yeah, so I appreciate you having me up, man. Y'all was going back and forth. I liked it. So I've been sitting here listening about the last like 20 minutes or so, and I think a lot of the pushback, speaking more to the panel and the general discussion, is when you're talking about foundational Black Americans. I think a lot of people have been fed the slave narrative, and they forget that these people were highly educated, even amongst all of these things. And so even the monolith of, when you think of slavery and these select group of people that you would be speaking of, and so kind of piggybacking on what Simon was saying, but that's more so the pushback. And so when you say foundational Black Americans, you're not thinking about the founding or the foundation of the country, and forgetting that there were actual Black people that were a part of the political scene even at that particular time in American history. And so, again, to think of just slavery going on at this time is disingenuous. We see the inventions, and like he was speaking about, the patents and certain things like that. But also, speaking more to the topic with the Democrats, I think it may be more about reshaping what we think a political party is, in the same way we see the rise of MAGA, which is kind of like a split off of just the conservative Republican. This is something slightly different. And so even in the Democratic Party, we can look at shortfalls of both political parties in this country, and then look and see that, again, if there's going to be any level of unity, then maybe we can start to shape and make these narratives more incorporated in what people do think American is, or what's defined as American. Because also that pushback is they never looked at us in the same way. And so we can look at the 3/5 of a man. We can look at all of these different things they've done. So again, appreciate y'all for having me up. I'm gonna land my plane there.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate you. Good input. Good input. Monique, go ahead, Monique.
Good day, everyone. Divine day.
Yes, indeed.
Morning, sister.
Now, I want to talk to you, Ivan, about your question about why we have to include the word Black in the foundational Black American diaspora, is because if we just say we're foundational American, that is including everybody who was considered themselves an American. And the point is to delineate it, because where are we going to be, or where are we going to go where they're not going to say there's a Black man, there's a Black woman. They don't care if they were foundational American. We're always going to be classified as a Black person. So why not do it ourselves? And we take pride in that. We don't find any fault in being Black. There's nothing negative about being Black. It's not even negative on paper. It's a positive when you do a mathematics. So we're going to take that and we're going to ride it out. That's why we're going to include foundational Black American, because we have created everything from the dirt and created this whole country on our backs. That's why.
And black again, it has nothing to do with a color, at least not for foundational Black American. We know that other people look at it like it's a color, but it's more of a consciousness and a culture that's behind that. It has nothing to do. Nobody is the color Black.
So I like the gentleman down the bottom in what he said, because he used the example of MAGA and how they still stick with their conservative platform, but yet they have brought out that this is what we want to address. So when we look at the Democratic Party, to me, similar to that, not the separation of the party, but to bring about where we say we need to be heard because we have this concern. And I think that's why I give, because it brought out, not this fight, but yet this collectiveness that will generate power. Because MAGA should not have the power it has. It shouldn't. It makes no sense.
Okay.
So why aren't we already?
So
have,
the reason why
have this foundation of the Democratic Party. Why can't we then morph? Huh?
Okay, hold on. The only reason why MAGA has power is because the Democrats have failed miserably.
That's not true. That's not true. Because I can use the same thing that they
listen, not just black Americans. America got fed up with Democrats, sir. The whole America got fed up with Democrats, sir.
What did Democrats do wrong?
Everything. What did they do right?
You can't make an argument if I don't know what you're saying.
So here's what I'm saying.
One thing, and we'll talk about that.
And I gotta move on to another.
Do you mind if I say something, Ivan?
What did the Democrats do wrong?
How about
and then we'll talk about it, and then
an anti-black hate crime bill, sir?
They didn't pass reparations.
I just want to be clear.
What they did wrong
before I made my statement.
Hold, Ivan, what they did wrong was they strung us along all these years when they could have gave us reparations 20 years ago.
Okay, so let's address that. Did they have?
Okay,
I'd like to say something when I get a chance.
Did they have the power over the dominant society part of this American
they
society?
controlled the House and the Senate.
Did they have the power?
Sir, yes, they did. They had the House and the Senate. They could have passed it.
And the presidency.
And the presidents. They could have passed it at any time.
When was that? When was that?
Obama.
You don't know about that?
Dude.
Did you skip that part?
Hear me out.
Obama's first term, he had the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And what got passed was a health care bill for all. A one boat or a rising tide lifts all boats. That's what got passed.
I know there is a lot of, kickback from Obama. I get it.
Obama was
coming from the first black or African American or Negro, however you want to call it, coming from that standpoint, I just see him saying, I have to be the president of America. That's so I don't put that on Obama. I put it on the House. I do put it on the Senate and the Republicans, but I do not put that on Obama.
I put on, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you why they are afraid of having a foundational black American in office, in power, because that happened before. Coming out of slavery, who do you think dominated the South? We did. We were the majority in the South. Why do you think they made it so we couldn't vote? Because our vote outnumbered their vote.
3/5.
But do you understand why they did that?
So am I correct? Wait. Am I correct?
Yes, but do you know why?
Then when you say something, wait. So when you say something that's correct, I acknowledge it. Come on,
I said yes.
Treat me like brother, we are both intelligent.
Brother, you are intelligent. I acknowledge that you were right. You cut me off. I just told you the reason why they did that was because we were the majority in the South. And we held all the political offices in the South. Do you not understand that? We were in power in the South. They don't want that to happen. And we did for our people. When we got into political power, We did for our people. And they saw what that looked like. And they said, "Oh no, we got to get the Union soldiers up out of here, and we got to enforce something called Jim Crow law."
So I can understand you. You're saying we had gotten to the position of power, having able to vote and make laws, and then there was this other entity. Let's just call them the dominant society, and they were able to pass something to shoot us down. Are you saying that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just want to be sure.
No
You're familiar with that? What was that city in North Carolina where they had elected their officials? And they were all black, and the rest of the YT community decided, no, y'all, not only you're not getting office, but we're burning down everything about you all and running you all out of town.
Yes.
After an elected process, after a duly elected democratic process, this is what occurred to this community.
Correct.
See, we're not overlooking these crimes because that's what they were. They were crimes against a particular people.
Correct.
And there was never any attempt at justifying, or should I say, rectifying the harm and the damage that they've done. In fact, what they've done is tried to put fertilizer on that so that that ideology would grow.
Correct.
And so the idea of us eliminating the term black would say that we're just going to ignore all of these things that you, as a governing body, Democrat or Republican, have done.
I agree with you. So
we're not doing that.
So let me ask you then, if they were able to shut us down then, what can we do now when they are still in power?
Totally agree. I totally agree.
Do you see this? Do you see this right here behind me? Do you remember this? Do you remember reading about this or someone telling you about the silent protest parade of 1917?
Right. But
that's what we did.
Someone answer my question, please.
That is answering your question. That's what we did.
What and it reversed everything.
No, but it got some things done. We made a statement. That was one of our first bold statements where we stood on business and we said, "Hey man, we control 200,000 farms." That's what our sign said. "Hey man, right. We control 200,000 farms." Hey man, guess what? We are the workforce in this country. We hold 30,000 masonry and construction jobs here in this country. And then we said we control over our land value. Just the very land that we have is worth over $500 million. That's what we put on our signs. Did you know that they had that on the sign? And then they said, "Do mothers of pinchers," and you just put an L on it, "Do mothers of pinchers go to heaven?" We held them morally accountable and morally responsible. We put the morality back into this American country that said they were Christian nation. We said, "Hey, we are humans too." We had it on our sign, but we didn't speak it. We put it on a sign.
Okay, so what I'm saying is between then. So let me ask you then. So between then and now, why aren't we on top?
Listen. We're not on top. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you the simplest reason why we're not on top, man. And we all know it's called YT supremacy. That's the simplest reason. But here's another reason. We got buffer class that come in. We got Sambos that have been selling this out. We got tethers who have been selling this out. Everywhere we look, we got an enemy. We don't have an ally. We have an enemy. We have the Democratic Party that smiles in our face and gives us symbolism and make us think that we're gaining ground, and they're really taking ground. We got the dominant society. We got the mainstream media who constantly tries to erase our culture and put up things like Elvis is the king of rock and roll when he didn't even invent it. You understand what I'm saying? We got that going on. We got them saying that Jamaicans and Puerto Ricans are the reason why hip hop is great today and they invented hip hop and things like that. Then we got this black and brown and minority that tried to make us the minority in our own freaking country.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
gonna let you say something. We got this African agenda to Africanize all of us to make us look like we're immigrants in our own freaking country. That's why we are at the bottom. But besides being at the bottom, let's not take away from the greatness that we've done. We have the most millionaires in this country per ethnic group, sir. The most. 64% of us are in the middle class or wealthy, sir. But we're at the bottom. Yeah, but we're at the bottom. We have over 50,000 patents and inventions in this country, sir. And we invented things that the world still uses today. That if it wasn't for a foundational Black American to bring it to light, they wouldn't have it. Do you understand that? We contributed. We are the value in this country. We are the value system of this country. Without our input, there would be no greatness in this country.
Facts. I concede to all of that, but I still haven't understood, with all of that win behind us, that where we are at. With all of that win, with all of these patents, millionaires, the mindset, the drive, the tenacity, the all of this. Why is there still this white supremacy?
Because we still believe in that system.
Here's the question. That has more pull.
I want to respond to him.
That has more pull.
He has some valid questions.
Oh my!
And valid points. I know that you asked, why are we not ahead? First and foremost, one of the biggest things that I don't think that we keep saying it over and over again, we don't know who we are. Let's just start there from the very beginning. You don't know who you are. I'm sitting here and I'm listening patiently. There was a conversation going back and forth about African American. And African American is someone who can trace their African lineage back to Africa. If you take the time individually to do that for your own self, you'll find that you don't have, and we're not talking about ancestry.com. Okay, we're not talking about any other strategic or categorically organized DNA data collection. We're talking about tracing your lineage to where you have family that is attached to Africa. So let's start there. And to be born in this country. So let's go with the literal. You don't know who you are.
Ma'am,
let me finish.
I trace back to 17.
Let me finish, please. And I will then give the floor.
Wow.
The second comment that goes along with it is because what? I'm not going to let someone not allow me to finish my speech, my comment.
You didn't allow the guy to finish that before you.
Thank you, but I ain't saying nothing.
I'm not the one for that.
You didn't allow Ivan to finish.
There will be no.
It's okay. She's been waiting patiently, y'all.
I don't take it either.
She been had a turn, but y'all came in with more questions. So just
I haven't been able to say
anything.
We're gonna come back to you.
He said after Ivan, he said I want to hear from Miss NJ Love.
But he is correct. I did not finish, but go ahead. I conceded.
You jumped in and said I will. So again, this is disrespectful, and this is another reason why we can't get ahead, because we don't respect each other, because you don't know who you are. And we don't know who we are because, you know what, at the end of the day, our nature is we are kind people. We have become subconsciously.
Get closer to your mic, NJ. Get closer to your mic.
We have become subconsciously, constantly on edge to defend every single thing with every single person, instead of saying, wait a minute, let me figure out who I am individually. If we go back, and I'm just speaking on a personal note, on my own record, and I will say my own trans experience, that includes, I am a native of this country, Choctaw by nation, by blood, and classified on the Choctaw rolls, Indian rolls, into my family with the same last name that we had then, that still exists today. There is no attachment to an African that's there. There's no attachment or anyone who has been identified as African. So number one, that first and foremost raises an opportunity to say, let's take that away. So then you will aggregate that back up. Well, how did we get to black? Because the roles went from Indian to mulatto. First of all, where did you get mulatto from? That's another conversation. But it went from mulatto to negro, from negro to black. So someone intentionally, purposefully took it upon themselves to take our destiny and our existence into their hands and categorically gave us what they felt like we needed so that we could now have these conversations of guess what? The reason that we are confused and we can't get ahead because we're shards of glass. There are certain pieces of glass that you can put together and they look similar, but guess what? At the end of the day, until you have a clear understanding of who you are, you won't know where you're going to go. The second component, we don't, because we need to do this simultaneously, and I'm going to say this for the nth time, make sure that you have conversations with the people in your family, the oldest people, the oldest ones. Because when they say, oh, we have Indian in our family, that you better believe that that is truth. Because there were laws that said if you were not full quantum blood, that you could not be classified as Indian. So when we talk about why we're not there, our mentality has been always, we have a survivor mentality. So to your point, I think that you asked some excellent questions. Like, okay, well, why aren't we ahead? Because we don't realize that our total freedom, the total freedom that we have, we need to be a collective and have the collaboration that goes along with our people. And we start with the respect of understanding and knowing who we are. Tons of us love to go in and help. And the first thing that happens is jump in and you have disrespect. The first thing you do is you come in and you conversations. This is stuff that was taught to us through the system. Now, am I going to say that it was wrong? I'm going to say that it doesn't give us the right to not acknowledge who we are, because we're in a very critical component in our growth as people. Now, what Too Much was actually referencing, I'm going to say this because I found this out within the last few weeks. Is anyone aware that there was a union that happened between Joe Biden and Africa, where Africa wants to determine how they're going to embark on how our economy for the black people, not everyone else, but the blacks, what they're classifying still as African American. Because guess what? When you classify us as African American, it makes sense to them. Why don't we have a component of that? So when we don't have someone that, first of all, understands that, hey, you're right, we do have some African Americans that are here, and we need to allow them to have their own voice. So let's pull that together. But the thing is, we've never had an opportunity to stand individually and have a clear understanding of who we are as people, because every time, just like we talked about before, when you make some headway, guess what happens? Just like you absolutely just said, guess what happens? Boom. It gets taken away because there is the fear of understanding who you are, because guess what? Knowing who you are also attaches to what the historical, I'll say the land that goes along with it. Because the problem is we know that we were the rightful owners of this land. And constantly having these conversations about who we are, going back and forth, we honest, we look ridiculous because we're proving to a man that has no bearing on our life. I don't have to prove to you who I am, because you know what that calls? Oh, I want you to pick me. It's pick me, accept what I'm saying. When you don't know who you are, we do as a people, when immigrants are coming over, do you know how much they can absolutely, I'm quite sure the families are just historically just laughing at them. You can just tell them what else. Go befriend them, find out how they got to where they are. And we work very hard to accomplish all of the goals in our country. So no, we are at a point where no, you're not going to disrespect us. No, we're not going to tolerate this nonsense anymore. And guess what? At this point, we're not trying to overthrow anything. We want to know who we are so that we can move forward and have our lives. And it's constantly these roadblocks, but we've got to start within our own home. And I land my plane.
Go ahead, beautiful.
Yeah, I actually wanted to touch on what Cousin said about he said what happened in North Carolina where they elected a lot of black officials, and I guess the community didn't like that and they overturned it or whatever. That's kind of like what I was, I think what Ivan was talking about when like in that instance that the people voted and they put a bunch of black people in office in that area. And evidently the system didn't like that. So the system overturned it. And I think Ivan was saying, like, what can we do about that? Because in that instance, people got voted in, you know what I'm saying, the correct way. They used the system or whatever. But at the end of the day, they were just like, nah, we're not going to allow that to happen. And I think that's...
I
think that's the difference between state power and federal governmental power. See, the federal government didn't come in. The federal government didn't come in to correct what the state of North Carolina did.
Why not?
Well, now see, exactly, because the federal government has always been against black people.
So how would it matter which way we vote if at any time we get who we want to be in the office that they're going to reject it?
It's not about that. Listen, we build and they destroy. Let's go back to the sabotage. Let's go back to why we're still at the bottom. Because every time we build ourselves up, like we did in 1917, they release the mob on us and they destroy our stuff. So we are learning from our mistakes of the past. We are learning that, hey man, it's not that marching and protesting is bad. It's just we have to be even more strategical with our marching and protest. Let me tell you what did work. What did work was good cop, bad cop. You had Martin Luther King talking about I'm bringing peace, and then you had Malcolm saying by any means necessary. They didn't like that by any means necessary, so they conceded to some of the peaceful things that we were asking for. We got to keep that going. But we also got to get that Rodney Hinton Jr. spirit. Well, we're above the consequences. No longer should we be pulling out our phones and recording brutality on our people.
Absolutely true.
We need to be recording, but we also got to have some people that are going to say, bump the consequences by any means necessary.
Yes,
so we're
sir.
learning. We're learning. We're learning. Hey, listen, man, we've been in a WAR. We got invaded by seven freaking countries at one time. And we're still in a WAR position against this so-called government or structure. They've been bringing it to us. We just haven't really been bringing it to them.
I think when we're lacking,
we've been assimilating, and that's cool. That's cool. But now we're like, hey, listen. They're the different. I'm gonna tell you like this. They're the different class. They're the different generation that's being born. And this generation that's coming, they fear the most. Did you know that they made our youth enemy number one? They have said the biggest problem right now is not Gen Xers, it's not baby boomers, it's the Gen Z and the millennials. Because they're different. Listen, they know what's coming. That's why they're trying to do this great reset. That's why they're trying to bring AI and robotics and everything to the forefront as quickly as possible as they can, because they know what's coming. That's why they're trying to get this one world global system going, because they understand what's coming. They're not going to be able to handle it, because
You mentioned they. Who is they that don't like this new youth? Who is the they?
The system.
I'll say it like this. Listen, we know what the they are.
I don't know what the they are, because I want to combat the they. I want to put my foot on the they.
Okay.
So who is the they?
The system.
No, come on, beautiful.
The
I
system.
hear you, but
The
who is the they?
You want a
system.
name?
I want to know who.
Listen,
Who are they?
he knows what the they are, and I'm
Who
not
are
going to say that they.
But who are they?
You know what they are. You know who that they are.
No, I don't.
Oh, what kind of
I'm
answer do you
confused.
want, Ivan? You want a specific group or a specific
A
name
group,
or
a
what?
name? Give me something other
Scary.
than the system, because the
No,
system
you're
could
being
be the devil.
The people that took all of the people that were elected out of North Carolina. Whoever did that.
So who are they?
YT supremacy is enemy number one.
Okay, so now that we got that, that's all I wanted to hear. It didn't have to go into detail.
But see, you knew what it was, brother. You're being disingenuous.
Yeah, but I wanted, in order for me to go on to the next, you are correct. I knew. But
you know what it is.
I wanted to make sure that we both thought they was the same, so I can make my next statement. Remember what I said earlier? Unless we agree on this point, and sometimes we just got to say it, even though we know for sure, but so that we can move to the next point. So if they
understood doesn't need to be said, Ivan.
I know what I know you are correct in that statement, but for the sake of making sure my next statement is received, I wanted to make sure. That's it.
Well, before you say that, can I say something? I don't agree with the host. I think it's YT, it's Africans, and it's also Pan-Africans. They are the three-headed.
Okay, listen, YT supremacy. Listen, they cover all that.
But
Yeah.
they
So now my next question. So my next statement is, then this group of people that we call they, who do they support?
Themselves.
Yeah, but when it comes time for them to put forth their candidate, who do they support?
We know they
understand that question.
Dude, man, y'all help me out, because if you ever ask me a question,
just like you
I'm
wanted
just
us
gonna
to spell
answer
out
it
the
with
just like you wanted us to spell out the they. You spell it out. Who do
You
they
said
support?
who do they support?
I know who but I'm trying to find out who
No,
do
we
you
want to
think
know.
they support.
I want to make sure you're on the same page too. So who do they support?
The conservative mindset.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's who they get behind.
I'm doing that right now. You know why?
So now
you know why that's not true?
I think that used to be true.
Let me ask you then. I gave you my answer. Wait. You didn't answer me. You asked me. I gave you mine. So now let me hear your one-line answer. Your one-line answer, dude.
They support the purists.
Let me tell you why that's not true. Because our
Oh
foundational black
Why did you
Americans-
say this when I asked you the question? This is what I'm talking about.
Ivan, calm
This
down,
is what I'm
brother.
talking about. Listen,
I
hold
can't
on,
have
because
fun
I'm
in my
gonna.
show, brother. You gotta calm down. You gotta calm down, brother. Let me say what I need to say, then you can speak. I'm the host. I'm the only one that can overtalk you. Okay, listen. They the reason why it's not the conservative mindset is because black Americans were conservatives at one time. We switched over to becoming liberal, but we were always foundationally conservative in our views. We were the best dressed. We were the most well-mannered. We coming out of slavery, that was us. We were the epitome of
who is they?
We
So
believed
who
in
is they in your
family.
mindset? I get
We
all
believed
that,
in the
but I
nuclear
need to know
family and the structure.
I
We had
get it.
all that.
I get it.
We had
But
all
I
that.
need to know, host, please, all of that. Who is they? I gave you mine. So what's your understanding who they is?
I thought we already went over that.
No, it has not been answered. Who host? I'm asking the host because he mentioned they multiple times. I asked, then he asked me. I said, no, you. Then he asked me. So I gave him mine, but instead of then giving me his, he went on something else. So I asked the question, slow down.
Now I'm starting to think everything you said was disingenuous, brother. Because
this is why I say it. Who is they?
You're time wasting now, brother. We answered that question already.
What? I didn't hear it because someone else started talking when you did.
No, you did hear it, and you acknowledged that you heard it.
Who is they? I say white supremacy, the conservative mindset.
Conservative mindset is not white supremacy.
Okay, so that's who they. The question was, who do they get behind? The white supremacy get behind the
Do you not
conservative.
understand the white supremacy are liberals also? Do you not know
Yes,
that?
they control
Okay,
both parties.
I agree that there are some of those
Do
in
you
there.
not know?
But
Yeah, you're
who,
sounding like an agent, sir. You're sounding like an agent, sir. You sound like an
from
agent.
your understanding, is they? Give it to me now and I'll shut up.
What?
Give it to me now. Who is?
Brother, I gotta move on now, brother. Because now you're turning into a time wasting. You're just time wasting. We don't need to go over this. Room, do we need to go over who the infamous they are?
No, but I think I think the power.
They're saying you sound like an agent, sir.
An agent?
I
said, wait a minute. I said it. I'm against white supremacy. I'm against MAGA. I'm against conservative. So what do you mean, agent? So, oh, you can't say these things?
Conservative.
I'm an agent?
Let me say it again.
And then you want me to get behind?
Let me say it again. Let me say it again. There are black conservatives, sir.
Yes, they are.
Black conservatives.
Yes, there are.
So are you against black conservatives too?
Yes, I am.
Are you part of the LGBTQ community, sir?
No, I'm not.
Are you sure?
I'm positive, man. I got a beautiful wife, and she passed, and now I got a fine woman in Connecticut that I'm going to this weekend, right after I get off work. So yeah, I mean, she bad.
So I mean, what define liberal to me? Now let me know. Define liberal to me.
Dude, I've not gotten an answer, and you keep just asking me, and then you're passionate about not hearing.
Listen.
You're
Okay,
making
listen,
me
I'm
sound
gonna just say like
I'm
this. Listen, we can't, black family, FBA family. We can't save everybody. Some black Americans, some FBAs are just going to choose the Democratic Party over their lineage every time.
Dude, I'm trying to find out because you mentioned the word they multiple times. You did in your dialogue. So I'm trying to find out so I can understand.
I'm in the comments now. You're still on the plantation.
Not win me over, but so
you're starting to sound like
I'm trying to
I can tell him.
Ivan, are you like you seriously?
No. Don't ask me a
understanding?
question if you can't answer the day question that I've
I
been
mean,
on
we
for
already
15
said
minutes.
the day.
Then repeat it for me just because I didn't hear. I'm telling you.
I got you.
Everything
I
that
got you,
you
Ivan.
said.
I got
Everything
you.
that
I'm telling you,
said.
I didn't hear what you think they is.
I got you right now.
That's
The
not it.
answer you answered the
That's
rhetorical
my
question.
answer. Oh my
You
God.
answered the rhetorical question. Who was they? That was agreed. That was the proper answer. Correct.
I answered what I thought. I still don't know
And he
what
agreed.
you
And
That was the
everybody
proper
agreed with
answer.
you.
I
Ivan.
haven't
We
heard
agreed.
that. I heard other things, but I
No,
want to
no,
hear
he said-
I want to hear someone say what they think it is, not repeat.
Okay.
me
So
or
you're
just
looking
say,
for.
oh,
You wanna know who they are. They
Who are
are
they?
the systematic racism of the American people.
right.
Okay, that is who they are.
Okay, good.
Let me
Okay,
ask you a
and then you
question.
asked, wait, hold on. Then you asked, who supports they? I said the purists.
No. I said
Who
who
do they
they
support?
support. We found out that the systematic racism are they. So now I want to know who do they support?
You said who supports they, and I said
No, I didn't say that.
Parties,
No.
sir.
You took it.
They
Politics.
You
support
heard
both
wrong.
parties. They
I
support
said
Democrats, and
who
they
do
support.
they support?
Okay, hold on.
wait, hold on,
Listen,
Ivan.
Ivan.
Hold
He's
on,
telling you right now,
let's listen.
both
Let's
parties.
listen. We're gonna be an adult and listen to what he's responding because he got a response for us.
Ivan,
Yep.
do you know who Biden's mentor was?
Nope.
A staunch racist.
Okay.
And what party was he?
I don't know. I told you I didn't know. So
Biden.
Biden, Democrat.
Okay, his mentor was a staunch racist.
Okay.
What party was Biden in again?
Democrat.
Okay, so they support both parties. That's who white supremacy uphold. They uphold both Democrat and Republican Party.
Okay. So you attack
One is not more racist than the other because they're conservative. Because we got conservative blacks.
Okay,
we got liberal blacks.
Just to be clear,
is not more racist than the other. They're the same.
I just want to be clear on your statement. Just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. Biden had a mentor who was racist, and so we're drawing the conclusion that Biden or the Democratic Party, as an extension of being supported. Hey, hold on, man. They support both blacks and racism, or they're for the people and they're also against certain races. The Democratic Party. Now I want
the Democratic Party is for the people.
Hold on. Now let's go to the other side. Show me where they do both. Where they support racism and they also support the other community that doesn't look like them.
Cousin, you want to answer this, or do I got to debunk this guy?
Go ahead. You do it.
There's so much. I'm trying because he got upset last time.
It's insane.
Hey, can I interrupt you guys 1 second? Too much. Will you drop me down, please?
Yeah, I'll drop you down. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, the idea that Joe Biden took his political lessons from Strom Thurmond. Okay. Now, there have been times, and people have said that later in his life, Strom Thurmond changed his particular ideology and philosophy and way of life and thinking. Okay, I'll accept all of that. But what I will not accept is when Joe Biden, as president of the United States, clearly said while standing in the Oval Office, it is the Democrat Party platform's belief that we do not support reparations.
Correct.
Then why would I support them?
Okay. Same reason why that statement did not hit me as hard as some. Because to get it down the line, to get it past these they people, quote unquote, they people, it was going to be impossible. So why go like Diddy, try to get him convicted on something that was impossible? Break it down a little bit and get it where it can be digested and accepted and passed. But they were not going to allow that to go forward.
We did that too, sir. We did that for 60 years.
They were not going to allow that.
We did the breaking down of what you're talking about for 60 years. We took our little small wins, our little affirmative actions, our little DEIs. We took it all. We took all the small wins we can get.
Yep.
And guess what we still found out?
We found out, you know what we found out? We found out that through those small steps that we now have black women more educated than anyone else in the United States.
You mean more indoctrinated than anyone else?
We found black women more educated, the most educated demographic in this United States.
Diaspora, brother.
I'm not talking about if it helped.
Dude,
you asked me a question. I don't know how it helped. I can only come to the conclusion that because of it.
So guess what? So guess what we're saying? Hold on, Ivan. Guess what we're saying to people like you now, sir? I'm gonna say it with my chest. We're not listening to you anymore. That's the old way of thinking. We're not bringing that old way of thinking. We're not putting old wineskin and new wineskin together anymore. We're doing away with the old wineskin, and we're gonna put on this new wineskin because the new one and the old one is gonna make us look even more poor. So we're doing away with that poor mindset and thinking, and we're not listening to that. That was our parents' generation that said we need to get these small wins. We're not doing that anymore, sir. We're learning from that mistake. We understand what that means. That means another 100 years of not getting what we want.
I've gotten to where
we're no longer doing that, sir. We're going to stand on business, and we're not going to back up until they give us what we want. We're not going to give them our vote until they give us what we want. You give us some tangibles, you get our vote. You give us symbolism, you give us this crumb mentality, because crumbs are for bums, sir.
So who gets your vote then? Then
nobody gets votes.
Are you a bum? Ivan, answer the question, sir. Are you a bum?
No, I'm not a bum, dude.
Because crumbs are for bums.
No. You asked me a question, but you stayed on that statement, meaning you have no understanding.
Ivan, can I say something?
I'm good, dude.
Post, I wanna commend you for.
Let me give you an anecdote. I just took my $75 million uncle to.
Hold on. So a while back, when I first started coming on, you were telling me about the Divine Nine. So my husband is part of the Divine Nine. He's not a part of the Boule, but he is a part of the 10%ers. So when I go around his friends, I'm very particular in what I bring up and conversate about. It is true. A lot of stuff you said, it's kind of heartbreaking, but some of them are very happy about getting into that Boule group. The ones that meet at Martha's venue, the ones that control what happens to the rest of us here in America. I am so for community and at-risk community. They say to me, laughing, well, good luck, Rita, with your projects and reading program, your nonprofit. We hope it works, but it's not set up to work that way. They know what's going on. And sometimes when my husband gets into arguments with controlling things, there are people out here. When you said they are indoctrinated, believe that. These people are educated in a certain way that it should just break everybody's heart. What is really going on with these people with these high degrees? I cannot believe it. I don't even know. We're not millionaires. We're not barely making not even six figures yet. Because I haven't worked in 3 years, so we don't make what his friends make. But their mindset is like a braggadocious kind of thing. I don't. It just.
Let me ask you a question, Step Up.
Weird.
Let me ask you a question, Step Up. Do you believe in what you're trying to do?
I do, but it's so I could even cry. It's so hard for me.
Let me say it like this: if you believe in what you're what you're doing, don't give up.
I do, but I thought I could go to the Divine Nine. The
only thing that matters is you don't need the Divine Nine. The only thing that matters is your belief. The more you believe in your mission, the more others will believe in your mission. It just happens over time. You have to be diligent.
I used to ask questions. Why don't you guys help? Because if you do this, they're not able to live in this community or that community. I'm just so heartbroken.
You have to become the face of your brand. You have to become
That's
the face
my
of
husband now, home early from work. I'm talking about your boule bougie friends.
Uh-oh. Don't do that. We don't want to. We keep the peace. Keep the peace.
I got tears in my eyes, but he knows who I'm talking about because we sometimes go have lunch and dinner with him, and I just bring up these conversations. They have access to millions, and I need my nonprofit. I kind of need them, and I kind of don't. They kind of want me to succeed, but they're like, we're watching.
Listen, exactly. They're gonna watch. Listen, the moment there's something success, the moment there's some success attached to it, and it's something that they can put their name on and benefit from, that's when you're gonna get the help, man. That's when you're gonna get the help.
From the cameras.
So is that when I get the money from you?
The moment the camera is on you and somebody says this is viable and this is useful, this is powerful, this is what we've always been waiting on, then they're going to come in and they're going to try to attach themselves because that's a win. That's an easy win. That's a layup. What I'm saying is this. If you're not prepared to get 50,000 no's, don't do it. If you're not really serious about your vision and your mission like that, it's a waste of time. I'm saying you're gonna get so much heartache. You're gonna get so. Let me tell you something. Marcus Garvey believed in what he believed in for years, decades. He could get nothing popping in Jamaica. It wasn't until he got over to America that the Pan-African movement actually picked up.
Mm-hmm. But you know what?
Most people with vision, your family and your friends and the people that you know are going to be the biggest non-supporters in the beginning. You have to
Host,
be able to handle that.
quick
You got to
question.
be
You
able
brought
to
up Mama
handle
Saba.
strangers who don't know you and people who don't believe in you. You got to be able to. If your mind is not tough like that, you're never going to see that vision come to pass.
I don't
You
think
got
they
to have
don't
the
believe
mentality
in
that
me.
it's going to work in spite of, and you got to put the moment people see you working hard and putting in the work, that's when you're going to see people say, you know what, I got to help that system.
I'm going to keep asking them. I'm going to keep asking them for their support, guidance, and connections. But I think they just think the people that I'm targeting, you just can't take them out of that condition and put them somewhere else. And I don't believe that. I believe anybody can excel.
So do this. Go get you a case study and prove them wrong.
That's what I'm doing. I will do that.
I can say this. That group of people that you're talking about have bought in to this nation's mindset. And just to give you an, I'm doing okay, but my uncle, and he's got we're in Mass. He's got properties developing 300 acres in Oregon with his son. They're doing big things, but he's worth about 75 million. But I took him to dinner, and he is against everything capitalism, everything, because that's not his focus. His focus is not making money or using people to get something. He's inclusive. Matter of fact, this past weekend there was another black group in Boston. And go to Facebook. It's called Follow Suit. 2 black men who are teaching young kids how to dress and how to present themselves, how to walk and conduct themselves. So there are people who are successful. You just got to find them, because the black ones that are caught up in the economics and the capitalism of this system, they're no help. They're no help.
You said your uncle's worth 75 million, but he don't focus on capitalism?
No, he don't focus on it. He focused on doing that. He has a career. He has a business. My cousin, his niece is the curator at the African Museum. So we even know what Trump is doing there. She's the curator. I just was talking to her the other day. She is the person there. So there are black people who are successful that aren't,
I mean, it sounded like he focused on capitalism. If he got 75 million,
I know, right? Because he's got 75 million.
Hold on, Ivan.
Listen. See, y'all get that twisted.
We can kill two birds. Hold on, real quick, Ivan. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why don't you introduce your uncle to Step Up? Since he don't care about
send me a Step Up. Send me something. Send me whatever they do.
Send him something, Step Up. There you go.
But you'll know his name is, matter of fact, my grandfather is in the African Museum, and his name is Gates, not related to Bill Gates.
Oh boy.
And Michelle Gates is the curator. But send me that, and I'll try to hook you up. But they're not in. They have a business. They found a niche, and he did well. But it wasn't all this beating people down to get there. Matter of fact, and I'm going to end with this. He sold his real estate here. I think they had like 4,000 units or 20,000, some crazy number. He sold it, but he sold it to the people that were beneath him, his officers, and he gave them a deal, and they became owners of what he built. So it's not about just making money. If you want to uplift our community, we have to invest in our community.
Okay, how do you invest in our community? I like where this is going.
The first thing we got to do, and you have dipped on it.
We can't hear you, brother. You can't look at your notes.
I think you got a call.
You can't look at your notes, man. You got to be able to speak from the heart now.
Notes. I'm not looking at notes. My phone's about to die, so it came up dying.
Okay.
Anyway, notes for what, dude? I used to preach.
I'm joking.
So anyway, so the first thing is education, and I like what the lady said is getting to know who you are and who you are in America, and then inspiring better.
Mm-hmm.
That's to me, that is the foundation of our community.
All right, let me give you my solution now. My solution
better?
Okay, let me give you my solution has always been the same thing, family. Blockchain technology, blockchain technology, blockchain technology. If you don't know about the blockchain, you need to know about it. You need to learn about it. You need to do something about it. You need to go get some YouTube University, something in you that's going to teach you at least the basics of the blockchain technology, because that is the new frontier and the new system that everybody's going to be migrating over to, and we can dominate. That's how we are going to collapse time frames. That's how we're going to catch up and get the generational wealth that we've been missing out of. It's going to be tied to and connected to the blockchain. And with that being said, go to FBA coin COIN.org and do your due diligence. We have our own cryptocurrency. It's not a meme coin. It's not an NFT. Excuse me. It's a utility token. It has smart contracts and a DAO governance connected to it. And its prime function is to recycle money back into our community. It's designed to keep money in the black community. You will get your loans from here. You will get your emergency relief from here. And we will do our lobbying with the FBA coin. Do your due diligence, family. And that's our solution. That's the biggest solution. This is a big deal. It's not small. It's a big deal. No one has ever created a community token before. We are the first. So go to it. Help us build the liquidity fund. We need to raise a lot of money, but it's going to happen. And when we do, it's going to be phenomenal. That's
so transactional recording?
Say again?
Transactional recording?
What about transactional recording?
I'm saying, what's going on through blockchain?
Blockchain is a ledger, okay? It's a transparent ledger, meaning it can't once it's put on the blockchain, it cannot be erased. The timestamp is there, and it goes by multiple computer networks and nodes to verify. It's the only system of true integrity that we really have.
And
it's
it's
decentralized. It's not centralized. It's decentralized.
So it's to track what?
To what?
What's it to track? What's it to keeping a record and transparency with? What's it for?
Okay, well you can do a number of things with the blockchain, sir. You can keep records. You can put your housing contract, your deed to your trust deed to your house. You can put that on the blockchain.
Okay.
And you can tell it what you want to do. I want it to stay in my family indefinitely, and it can't be changed, and it must be followed. You understand what I'm saying? You can put your music. I have music, guys. Go check out Too Much for TV. It's on Spotify. It's on all major streaming platforms. And eventually, that's going to go up on the blockchain. I'm putting the first album, FBA only, on the blockchain as we speak, family. So you can put your music on the blockchain, and it cuts out the middleman. It cuts out the middleman completely, and the money all goes to me. There's no A&R, there's no record label, there's no nothing. I don't need no manager. I don't need nobody. All you gotta do is go to the blockchain, purchase the album, and guess what? You know that money coming directly to me. Okay, that's a benefit of the blockchain. We cut out all the record labels, all the A&Rs, all the people trying to control and demonize our music and make it devil worship. We can keep it pure by putting it on the blockchain. There's so many things that people don't understand. You can put TikTok on the blockchain. When TikTok goes out in September, family, we need to have another social media platform that we can go to, that we can trust, where we can speak our mind and not be worried about getting canceled, because we can put it on the blockchain. We need a decentralized bank, family, that nobody can cut off our faucet of money because they don't agree with our ideology. If we mess up and say something against the small hats or anything like that, they cannot cancel us. They cannot stop our money. They cannot say you can't bank here anymore. They cannot do that if we put our money and we get a decentralized bank on the blockchain. That is the FBA coin. We no longer have to kowtow and get on all fours and put our forehead on the ground to get a loan from the bank anymore. We can actually go to the FBA coin. That's our bank. And we can get a 0 to 1% loan, family. Yes, we can. That's the purpose of the FBA coin.
That's
That's the
exciting.
purpose of moving it over to the blockchain, because nobody can control it but us. We own and we control the FBA coin.
All right, I never heard of it. I just looked it up, and my father is into finance, and I'm gonna bring that to him and see if he knows anything.
Yeah, I have a finance. That's where my background is. My 13 years in finance, sir. 13 years as a financial advisor.
Yeah, that's what my father retired. Okay. So his business now.
So
all right.
If you really want to make wealth in this country, financial advisor is the way. It is the way.
Well, I didn't go that route, but I do know it is the way.
It is the way. Yes, indeed. It is the way. It can make you a very, very wealthy man or woman. Yes, it can. And if you're in finance, you 100%.
He is, not me. I'm an electrician.
If you 100% believe in capitalism, if you're in finance. But you can help a lot of people in capitalism too. So it's not just about the money.
Okay, when I say capitalism, hear me out. Hear me out. When I say against capitalism, okay, let's say I start an electrical business. I'm my own man. I'm going out doing work. I make $80,000 this year. I say, no, let me hire somebody. I hire somebody. I give them, $30,000 a year, but I made $150,000. After about 4 years, I got 3 more employees. I'm making $250,000 a year. And I'm set. I'm about to be able to bid on bigger jobs, get more money, but I haven't really raised their wages up too much because I was concerned about me making money. My whole thing is, and this is what I did, I turned around and I said, you know what, I'm doing so well, let me cut back. I don't have to make that much money. Let me give back. Let me give them another $10,000 a year. To me, that's someone who's not concerned about capitalism. You've done the work. You're making your money. Your business is rolling. Now it is time. Now it is time to say, let's make America great again and pick up those who are making me.
I get you, but that's still capitalism because
I know, but that's what I mean. That's why I want to clear it up.
And then so if you want to be a philanthropist, that's good. Go right ahead. There's nothing wrong.
But that's what I mean when I'm saying.
Because let me tell you what that does. When you treat your employees right, that grows your business.
Right. That's what I mean.
The situation. Now you got misers and you got philanthropists who are in business. Misers, their job is to when we want to. Most companies in America, when they want to increase revenue, what do? Do you know the first thing that companies do when they want to increase revenue?
They take on debt, really, but.
No, they fire people. They get rid of high-paying salaries. That's what they do.
That's mostly when the company is sold.
So when they bring in a new CEO, you can guarantee believe that CEO is going to fire all the other people connected to that CEO and bring in his own team. That's what usually happens. And then they're going to cut this department, cut that department. They're going to look for areas to trim the fat. Now that's one way of doing it. That's the most. That's the go-to. That's the quickest way to make your stockholders happy. But there's also another way. Another way is increase the salary of your workers.
Right?
Build up the morale. Now that loses money for the company in the beginning, but long term, if you got happy employees, you're usually going to get greater production. You're actually going to increase production, not lower production.
That has been the mindset of my family.
But stockholders don't care about that. They care about money today.
And you are correct on that. And as a matter of fact, the scenario that you just used, it mostly, if not every time, happens when the business is sold because the new owners.
They sell the business. That's another way to make money. Sell the business.
They sell it. The new owners come in and say, let's cut this, bring in someone else to do the same job at less cost because they need to make a certain amount of money. Normally, it doesn't happen so much without transfer of ownership. It does, but
what has companies been doing this whole time? They're like, man, we need to bring in some of these illegal immigrants because we can get them to do more work for less amount of money. And what are Americans not going to do? We're not going to do more work for less amount of money.
Nope.
So that's been the strategy for so long. And then here comes Trump saying, listen, man, we're going to get rid of all these immigrants, but I'm going to lower your taxes. So it's going to offset each other. That's the win-win. They're saying, so you don't have to necessarily fire all the American workers and bring in a bunch of immigrants to do the job for less. Now we can hire Americans. I'm going to make it beneficial for the business owner to stay in business, and I'm going to give you kickbacks and all this stuff on the front end, and then we're going to supposedly that's what they say, they're going to pass this down. That trickle down effect doesn't really work like they say it's going to work, but that's what they're hoping. They're hoping
on that note, let me ask you a question. The jobs and manufacturing jobs went across seas because the shareholders wanted to make more money. So if they made more money over there,
so how are they going to make more money in America by moving their company back to America? There has to be an incentive.
Especially since they don't want to pay the wages that the American people need because it costs so much to live here.
So what's coming in? We got AI coming in that's going to do a boatload. That's going to eliminate a few departments.
Actually, if not
still hire and still have some American workers. So that's also a benefit for them moving back.
That's actually a great point, because I believe there is a certain amount of truth to jobs coming back. It's just when they come back, they won't be done by American hands.
Not all of it. They're still going to see
a lot of it won't be. If you build an assembly line, because I've fixed some assembly line. If you build an assembly line that it used to be, 10 people on this line, where now all you need is a technician. That's jobs gone.
Exactly. So what they're hoping for, and this is what they're hoping to do, that they're going to get Americans to get, lack of a better word, higher. It's not really higher education, but do more technical type of jobs that pay a little bit more money. So they rather pay more money to a few people and then use some AI than to pay everybody, than to pay a bunch of people a high salary and a bunch of people a low salary. They want to get rid of the low salary, low wage jobs and let AI do that. And then they're hoping that Americans are going to aspire to do more difficult type of jobs.
So then what happens to the census, the population, where you've replaced 100 people with 5 people? What happens to the 95?
Well, I have a solution. That don't mean they're going to do it. But this seems like the best thing to me, because we know what's coming, family. And this is why we got to be diligent. This is why we as Foundational Black Americans got to get on code, because we know what's coming. There's no reason for us to be an ostrich to stick our head in the sand and just let it happen to us when we can be proactive. We need to make sure that there's some legislation, there's some laws involved where we are able to create our own robots and they can go to work for us and they pay us the salary.
Now,
those are the
I like that.
Those are the things we got to get ahead of early. They're also going to come out with universal income. We know that's coming, family. We know that's coming.
I actually like that, but
everybody a living way. Another solution is the companies give the American people a stipend. So we actually are in partnership with these corporations who are running these robots and making money off of us.
So
I like they do with the Saudi Arabia. Their people benefit off the oil that they sell abroad. We need to have something like that here, where we benefit off the AI and the robots that are in the positions that we no longer need to do anymore. That allows us to focus on big. So we just got to get ahead of this early, family. Because we know how the elites are. We know how they are.
Yeah, they're not giving up like that. Not America.
We know how they are. So we got to get ahead of that. So that's what I'm saying. We got to be proactive, not reactive. We got to get on code. We cannot trust any outsiders at this time, because all of them are here to infiltrate us and benefit them, not us. So we have to be tight, we have to be strong, and we have to be codified. Codified in our language and codified in our deeds. We have to lead by example. The only leader is the code. Whoever follows the code the best, they're going to be the most effective leader that we have. Whoever is off code, they're going to be the ones we're really not going to rock with too much, because they're off code. We got to be codified in our movements, codified in our speech. We got to vote on code. We got to vote. We can't afford to have everybody voting Democrat and Republican. And no, we got to take our vote and turn it into a fist and start knocking people upside the head with our vote
Host,
until we get what we
do
want.
me a favor. Do me a favor, host. I got to go. This whole time I've been cleaning my apartment because, like I told you, I'm going to visit my girl in Connecticut this weekend. Drop me. I don't know if you wanted me to just jump off or just whatever, but drop me off. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. You know, we both came in. You know, not hot, but very passionate about what we felt. I appreciate the conversation didn't get out of hand. I also appreciate that there was no cursing. I don't curse people, and I don't call them out their names. So I really appreciate it. I like your live. I'm gonna put you down and give you something right now and just going out the door.
Come on back, brother.
Forgive
Come
me.
on back. We like a good conversation.
All right,
brother, take care. So we know what we got to do, family. We know what's coming. We know what's coming. We know that the Democrat Party ain't it. It's just time. You don't have to understand everything right now, but you got to get on code with your lineage, with your people. Know what we are doing and know how we are moving. That's what you got to understand. Go ahead, Crypto.
Yo, what's good, bro?
What's good with you, brother?
Nothing much. I just came in on the tail end of that conversation. That's the conversation I've been trying to have a lot with FBA and to the panel. I'm FBA, but yeah, that's the conversation I think we need to have as far as like what is the next plan, and me having a conversation. You know, it's blockchain technology. We got to get a hold of that. We got to, take over that and make sure, and to use the words that you are using, we got to be on code with that and make sure we're staying in the same plight. And AI, we got to get on top of that. That is the next wave. But more importantly, AI, you got to prompt AI. It's going to take over a lot of jobs. But what they're going to need, and the sector that they're going to need, is influencers. Influencers, that's the big part of everything. And that's the part that we have to control. We got to control the narrative, and we got to take over that. We got to stop giving people access to our culture. That's what we've been doing throughout the years, and that's hustling backwards. We got to keep the keys to our culture. I know, like the youth, they love 𝗖cie迄, but that's not us. So right now he got to keep our culture, and he's letting people in, and he's speaking for us when it's convenient, and then he's speaking against us, when it's convenient. So those are the sectors we got to stop supporting people like that, and we got to put our own people in charge. We got to support our own. We can't let them be the gateway to our culture. The Aiden Ross, all of those YT boys, they Vlad. I mean, all of them.
Come on,
yeah, man. They all got access to our culture, and that's the sector that we always hold down the best. We change everything as far as our culture. We very fluid. We change over time. It's not one set way. We'll be wearing a pair of jeans one time, and then we'll get rid of it for the next decade or whatever the case may be. But we got to get control of that. So what we need to unify on. And if we're going to take over anything, like how certain group of people took over gas stations and they got certain to the hair weave, whatever the case may be, we got to take over a sector. And I think that's the sector we should take over, is the influential part. Because that's what we are.
I agree 100%. We got to take back country music, and we got to take back the influencer sector. That's what we got to do. I agree 100%. 100%.
The idea is to not let the dominant society's media machine, as stated, control the narrative. When we hear something that's out of pocket, we can't let it sit and rest and take a week to fester, then 3 weeks, and next thing you know, now they control the narrative. When we hear something, particularly from the political elites, we have to stand up as a block and say, oh no, that's some bull. That's not where we're at. That's not what we want. But because the dominant society has the wealth and the means to spread their message quicker, faster, and wider. That's why they have the influence. But now we also have that level of connectedness where we can say and let them know that's not it. And why don't you see anybody from the Democrat Party on TikTok? They'll post something, but they're not really talking to people. You'll hear they'll make a statement about a subject, but again, they're not really having panels like we are because they're not trying to actually hear our voice. They want us to hear them. Or should I say, what they are really trying to do is lead from behind.
Shout out Dr. No John. Yeah, correct.
And we can no longer allow that narrative to take hold, take effect, and have any root.
You know who was on Twitter? That guy that I told you about that's going to prison. What's his name?
Santos.
George Santos. This guy, hey, now that he's going to prison for 7 years, this guy is spilling all. I don't promote other people's platforms like that, especially Tucker Carlson, but when you got an interview like this, family, you gotta watch this. Watch the interview with George Santos and Tucker Carlson on his platform on YouTube.
Too much. I got a question for you.
Go ahead, Manny. Well, how you been, by the way? So it's been a long time.
Yeah, I've been all right, man. You know, just trying to take care of what I got to take care of. My family, my wife, my kids. Working overtime and stuff like that. But I got a question. Do you think as a community?
As a what?
As a community.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a southern accent.
I know. I hear it, brother. Don't trip. Don't trip.
Yeah. Do you think as a community we hate more or love more?
I think we love more, brother.
Absolutely, we love more.
We love way too much. That's our problem.
That's the problem. They've taken advantage of our love.
It's evident. It's evident. Jesus Christ, it's evident. Because listen, man, the stuff that we done been through, the stuff that we done allowed. I mean, you just sat here and heard a person that was a staunch Democrat, a staunch liberal, say conservatism was the enemy. He thought conservatism was white supremacy. He thought we should accept crumbs until we one day reach the goal that we're trying to achieve. That's the love. That's the love and the meekness that we have. We have patience, brother. That's some patience to believe that the dominant society is going to actually do what we want them to do out of the kindness of their heart. That's our problem.
I'm not. Well, I was talking about just the present day now.
Oh, so let's go over the math. It's 700,000 in federal jail, prison, locked up. Is that a 650 to 700,000? Is that a high number for you?
Yeah, for me.
Okay. Versus the 45 million. What's higher?
It's 700.
45 million or 700,000?
Yeah, the 45.
Okay. So it's 700,000 inmates, men and women, and majority of those black inmates is not for non-violent crimes, not violent, but non-violent crimes, right? And we also know out there 700 inmates that is black immigrants that not descendant of the freedmen or the 14th Amendment that's sitting in those prisons. But we're not even talking about the detention jail. We're just talking about the everyday jail. Okay? So if 700,000 of black Americans in prison at the end of the year, and you saying that 45 million is a greater number, meaning 45 of us, 1,000 million of us is not criminals.
That's right. That's less than 1%, to be honest.
I understand that.
I have never went to jail.
I'm on that side of things. I understand it. But
why would other people have higher numbers than us? Y'all don't put the face of them as people who unalive their community. We have people sitting in jail for non-violent crimes where it's violence all over everywhere.
Yeah, it's injustice. It's
We're
injustice.
not violent. Chicago murder
It's
rate went
injustice,
down.
but it's injustice. But I
No,
cannot.
why you think it is? Why you think that you sitting here in
But I
2025 with that idea instead of saying like,
cannot
you know,
colorize
Black
people.
Americans? I'm not gonna.
I
I'm hold
cannot
up
in
right
my
now, sir.
heart.
Hold up.
In my heart, I
Why are
cannot
you sitting there?
colorize
Hold
people.
up, sir. Why are you sitting there instead of saying, you know, since we didn't got out of the masturbation, our college percentage in getting college degrees have grown over 277%. Ain't that a better thing to say
That's
than to
good.
talk about 700,000 inmates or not even less of 1% of Black American
I'm black.
population
I'm black and
that
I'm proud.
includes
I'm black and I'm
immigrants
proud.
in
I
the
got a
criminal
black wife.
files?
I
And I'm
got
not an
black kids.
immigrant and I'm not a criminal.
I'm black and I'm proud. But at the same time,
Yeah, you Black and you ignorant.
I cannot say everybody of just evil. I cannot do that. In my heart, I
You
can.
trying to say it about Black Americans, so you're not Black in the proud because Black. Let me spit out my food. Black identity come from the western side of the world. They don't come from Africa.
I'm brown skinned and I'm proud. I'm glad to be me. How about that? But
I'm Black and I'm proud. So
I
me
cannot
being
say
Black and my
I'm
proud,
black
I'ma
and I'm proud.
absolutely
I
know the
cannot say
numbers
I'm
and the
black and I'm
facts of
proud.
things.
Let me interject here. Let me ask this question, Manny, what are you getting at when you ask that question? Do you think Black Americans love more? What do you think?
I'm getting at this. I am a Black American, African American, whatever you want to call me. But at the same time, I already know every skin color, every skin folk ain't kin folk. Black people done did me dirty. White people done did me dirty. Chinese. I mean, it's just good in every race,
So who said that saying?
It
Since
is.
you quoted somebody, make sure
So what
if you're
should
a
we
Black
do?
American, make
What
sure you
should
finish it.
I
okay?
just
Hold
quoted
on.
myself.
Here's the next question, Manny.
No,
Here's the
you
next question,
absolutely
Manny.
quoted someone.
Here's the
Well,
next
they must
question,
say the
Manny.
same thing I said.
Here's
Go
the
ahead.
next question, Manny. What do we do with all these good folks who are non-FBA? What do we do with them? What do you suggest?
What do we do with them? Just like the underground railroad, it was some YT people helping us, and that what the school taught us, right? So at the same time, all good people should go against the evil people.
So, in the words of Muhammad Ali, you got 1,000 snakes who we know are snakes, and they trying to take us out, and we got 100 good snakes trying to protect us.
Yeah.
Do we keep the door open for the 100, knowing that some of the bad snakes are going to slip in?
Yeah.
Maybe
What if
200?
we grew up? What if we
Or
grew
we
up
just
with the
close the
same
door?
snakes? What if we grew up with them? What if we grew up with snakes?
Listen, I'm not telling you not to be. I'm not telling you not to socialize, not to be. I got white friends.
If you
so.
grew up with snakes, we gotta unalive you too because you already been infiltrated.
Nah, we grew up with them. We grew up with the snakes.
Okay, hold on.
That's not what he's saying is he got some good white folks, white tea folks in his community.
I know
that
some
he
good
believes
white
in them.
folks. Listen, I know some good white tea folks. I know some good.
What I'm telling you is
Asian
I'm
folk.
going and get some rap.
I know some good African folk. I know some good Caribbean folk, and we still cool. We still cool. They know. Listen. They accept me talking the way I talk. Okay, and I'm FBA. I got an African wife, and she accept me the
But
way
it
I
starts
talk.
sounding like a gang now. I'm FBA. That's the introduction.
He's an agent.
Brother.
I ain't no agent.
Man,
You're insecure.
I've been on Too Much panels.
You're trying to be bibisic because you're a soundbow.
No,
Go
I'm
read
not
a
a
book.
soundbow
What, Manny? You were not talking like this.
Go read a
Manny,
book.
you were not, Manny. You were not talking like this the last time you was on this platform, brother. What
because
happened?
because the more I get on panels and it's FBA, it's like Everybody going against each other. Like it don't even matter.
So, brother, listen,
You
we
can
got
be
40.
man. You can be FBA with your great grandparents are immigrants, and then they start talking about it.
My grandparents is not immigrants, stupid.
I'm
You
not
can't
talking
be.
about you. I'm
You
just
You can't
saying.
be
can't be.
FBA and your grandparents are
You can't
immigrants,
be
stupid.
No,
FBA and your
I'm just saying
hold on, no problem, stupid.
that's not my
Hold
And
on,
you
story. I'm
quoted Zora
hold on.
Earth.
You
I'm
can't
just
be
saying it
FBA
starts
if your
sounding like
grandparents are immigrants. Manny, you can't
it
be
starts sounding bad in
Manny.
my spirit, man.
Manny, you can't be FBA if your grandparents are immigrants. That defeats the purpose of FBA. FBA is a lineage. You're either born into it or you're not.
It just
What
man,
panels have you been on, sir? Because you haven't been on this. You ain't heard none of this on this panel.
too
So
much.
what panel have you
Too
been
much.
on?
I've been on
Listening
your
to
panel.
everyone.
I haven't heard this on this panel. I've been on your panel. I've been talking shit and then I start gravitating to just talking shit
Never
to
seen this
every
man a day of my
immigrant.
life.
Just
Oh,
talking shit
I
to.
met him. He was on me, just like you.
Yeah,
You
you.
get what I
Well,
mean?
you was
I start
accusing
listening
He
Steph
was
to it.
of
on
being
me
a
a
Kevin.
lot worse though. He thought I was white. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I
and
remember you,
I even
man.
shit on her. I
You,
even shit on
yeah,
her
you
too.
did. You was something else.
So
But
what
I
happened?
can't do that. I can't do that no more. I know where I
Because it
come
ain't
from.
natural.
I know my lineage. I know where I
So
come
what's
from
your
and
lineage?
everything.
So what's your
I'm just
lineage?
saying. I'm just saying too much. It just getting out of hand now. Like we was at a purpose at first, and now
Go
it's just
pick a country in Africa because they unalive and enslaving their people to this day. You
my
got
parents.
Ghana over there enslaving kids and tearing down Nigerian
I don't know my
businesses.
dad.
You have
I don't know.
Nigerian over there unaliving Christians and women and children. Burkina
I'm,
Faso is out there unaliving the Fulani
I'm
tribe.
saying
You got
it just start.
Libya taking Ethiopians into slavery and enslaving their
I
own
got a
women.
balance.
We can go on and on.
I
You
got a
got the
balance beam in my
South
life, and it just
Africans trying to
when it start
rise
getting
up
too
on the
hateful, when it
Nigerian,
start getting too
all
hateful,
the
I
Africans
just
that
gotta.
came to their country, literally
I
stopping
still
women
rep.
for
I
bringing
still
their
rep the
babies to the
FBA, but
hospital.
I'm just saying, man. I
And
still
see,
rep the
No,
yeah,
we
FBA.
don't do that over
I
here.
feel,
that's the
man.
thing.
We
You
have never
led.
stepped in front of a hospital and tried to deny an immigrant or
I
a
know that.
black
I know what
person
we
that
be.
can't that's
I know
not
what
from
we
this
do
country
and
of
don't do.
interest. We have never
People.
tried to step in front of the food stamp office and say,
I
no,
know our
you as an
people.
immigrant, you cannot go. We have never stepped in front of our HBCUs and say, no, you're not even black American, you cannot go. This is
But
what they doing
it's
to
just getting out of
themselves in their
hand. It's
own
getting out of
continent, in their
hand.
own
We
country.
supposed to be on one agenda, and
It,
then
We
it's
ain't on
it's
no
everything
not
one
getting
it's
agenda
out.
with
not
those
getting out of
type of
hand at
people.
all. It's not getting out of hand. You started off by saying, "Do we love or hate?" It's obvious we love more, but what we starting to do instead of trying to save 100 snakes, we just looking out for our brother, the 100 brothers right next to us.
Come
That's the
on.
difference. Instead
So,
of us
Manny,
going and saying,
I
"Hey,
know what
let's
you're
let
going
them in,
through.
let's get them in, let's help them, let's make sure that they can go to school." Let's make no. Right now, we focused on us. That's the movement, and that's the agenda that we pushing. Let's focus on home before we focus anywhere else.
But we can't idolize us either.
How
So,
can we
Manny,
ally
I
with people
commend
that
you
don't
for
really
having a
love
change
or
of heart.
respect us? Do you understand that, Manny? Listen, I get there's some good ones. There's gonna be some good ones out there, but I guarantee if you start asking those YT people what they really believe, start asking do they believe black people should have reparations? Start asking them do they think Daniel Penny is a hero? When you start asking, do
Yeah,
they think?
most of them would say
Do
no.
you think that? Do you think that George Floyd died of was unalived of fentanyl or from somebody putting their knee on his neck? When you start asking them questions and how nice of these YT people are, they gonna tell you what they believe. They gonna be like,
But
no, I think Daniel Penny
this
did the
was
right thing.
but
No, I don't think y'all should get reparation. And they gonna say, no, I think George Floyd was unalived due
but
to
this the
fentanyl.
only thing. This the only thing I'm trying to get across to you and people on the panel, and people probably coming. The only thing I'm trying to get across. Yes, I believe we deserve reparations because of what the
You do,
history
but
and all
do
that.
they,
And I
Manny? Do
also, but
they?
I also this where we at a cross gate right here. I also believe that everybody else that's not us, everybody don't believe in the same thing that the majority of them people believe in. I also believe in that. So that's why I'm on a crossroad. I defend the FBA lineage. My great grandfather out of Maryland, and my great grandmother out of Mississippi. I defend it and I understand it, but this the thing that I crossed the line at right here. We can't turn into a hate group. The same people that hated us, we
We're
can't
not a
turn
hate
into
group.
them.
This not a hate group.
No,
There's
I'm not saying.
nothing.
I'm not
There's
saying. But
nothing
I'm
that
saying
we are
the
doing.
way it's
We
going.
No,
are.
Look,
Look,
brother,
let me tell you
brother,
something.
you're making some leaps that aren't there.
That's a big leap. That's a
Yeah,
And
he
that's
That's a
is.
big
because
leap.
name a time
That
in
that
history has Black Americans ever, and even in 2025,
if
show me
we
a
wanted to
story
become a hate
in the
group,
news where Black Americans have came together, organized to discriminate against
This guy
anything.
don't. He's not
Literally
talking about
stop.
that.
Literally
that's a
arose
big leap.
against them. Literally put foots on the ground to stop them from doing anything.
The
When
only
when
thing
have
we
you
anything.
have
seen Black
ever
Americans
said was
protesting?
leave us alone. That's the only thing we protest. Leave us alone.
That's
Leave us
it.
alone.
y'all
That's
not
We
getting
it.
it.
delineated. That
Y'all
don't
not
That's
getting
mean we
not
what I'm saying.
hate.
bombing them.
That's
We
self
mean we leaving
protection,
them
brother.
alone.
Y'all are really not getting where I'm coming from.
No,
Well,
man,
You're
I
not
I
making
get
get
it. You
it.
go
sense.
to the other
You
side.
guys,
You go to the
can
other
I
side.
say something?
I know
Hello?
that part. I know that part.
Right.
I
So
know
Where,
I
that
know
where
all
else
everybody
you
the
gonna
yeah,
go,
knows
brother?
I know
that.
the
this is what's
injustice.
gonna happen.
I know the injustice they did on our people. I'm not dumb. I'm not dumb to that.
Well, we're not gonna have everyone on our side. So if you want to stick with them, then
I
you stick
know,
with
but
them.
everybody not gonna be
We're
on
not a
our
hate
side.
group.
But
So you're
our
not gonna
Why
same
are you
color,
trying to
our
get
same color.
everybody?
Like some of them people gonna be looking a different color too.
well, you know what?
That's for the truth.
Look, you're gonna have to pick a side.
You
Manny,
It's not
think
like
you
it's
let's say it like this, Manny.
because
Let,
I
let me
because
say
can't
it to you
do
like
here
this.
but to pick a
In
side.
this
because
church,
You say I
in
gotta
this
pick a
church,
side. No, you said I gotta pick a side.
Manny, this is gonna be real
Yeah.
I'm
simple.
black. That's
In
my
this
side.
church, man, just hear me out. I think you're gonna like this one.
Decide to
In
pick it
this
for me.
church, we need them friends that you talking about. We need them sitting in the back of the pew, not at the front, trying to preach to the gospel, the choir.
That's it. That's it.
They come on in. We got you. We love you. I need you back there.
and
But you
I'm
can't
looking
come up here
for
and
and
run
they
up to the
better not
pulpit.
make the wrong move. My nose is turned up, my eyes is rolling, and it's trying to figure out why they doing in the room. But they still in the room
Why
and I'm
cause
not
they
saying
white?
nothing.
Why cause they white?
there's no helping that.
Like I said, I'm in the
Brother,
room.
Because
brother,
Whatever
brother,
room they are, I'm
you
the
may
one that
know,
looking at them crazy.
Manny, if we go say it like that, then it's gonna be real, just this simple. You know them personally, so they cool with you.
Right.
You bring them to my house. I don't know them. You think I'm just gonna treat them regular, or I ain't gonna have a little shade of? I'm not gonna be
Yeah, you supposed
wary
to
of
have
them
a
in
little
any way.
shade. You supposed to be on alert.
Then that's what we're saying. It's just that simple. Yeah, you come in, but I'm still gonna look at you. I'm still gonna watch you.
I'm alert,
I'm
but
gonna give you the
I can't.
hospitality. I'm gonna give you of what I have. I'm still gonna do that, but that don't mean I'm not gonna
They
be
gonna make sure
watching
Sweet
you.
Wolfie don't say nothing to them that's rude or anything. But I'm
Right.
gonna still be
That's
looking at.
gonna happen. But yeah, expect to be monitored. You
Man,
coming into a place in a space where we're very protective of our own here.
Yeah, do y'all
And
think
you're
we sound
saying
like
leave the
them?
door open and don't worry about the protections.
I just don't want to sound like them.
Well, that's just like when that white guy went into the church. They accepted him. What he ended up doing? Killing 7 of them.
come on. They prayed with that brother.
Pray for that man. He said
They
y'all
prayed for
prayers
him.
don't mean diddly squat to me.
That's right.
Listen.
That's
I'm
what
just
he
saying
said.
we're tired of getting bit, and we're the ones that are allowing these people to bite us.
And
We're
you
the ones
sound like that
allowing these
church member,
people to
sir.
stab us in the back. Man, there's a but. Listen, YT people. I say it like this: white people are nice people. I stand on that. They're nice people, brother, but they
Yeah,
don't
in your
use the
face,
same.
they nice people. They nice people in your face.
Yeah, so you know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I
Man,
know.
listen, they're very nice people, but that don't mean they for us. That's so you can let your guard down.
Never let your guard down.
That's what it's for. They want
Never.
you to let your guard down. Listen, man, I got white for man, brother, I got a white partner. This is my partner. You understand what I'm saying?
See,
I
white
got
people
white
every now and
friends.
then.
And let me tell you, man, they cool as I don't know what. But I'm not gonna bring them to the cookout.
This is what you gotta
I
understand.
smile when I walk past them
This
on
what
the
you
I'm not
gotta
south
gonna
understand.
bring
end.
them to the cookout because I know
Just
what that's
because
gonna do for my
bro,
people. it's
Bro,
gonna get them. It's
I
gonna
got,
do
I got.
exactly what Wolfie said. They're gonna be walking around like, who is this? Who brought
Bro, you
this
see how they
brother
coming
to
at
the
me?
cookout?
No, you
What?
see,
It's not. It's
bro.
not a
I'm
safe
telling you.
space. It's not a safe space for them to come to the cookout.
But you know what?
And I'm not
Too
gonna go
much.
to their cookout.
But too much.
Oh
Only
no.
somebody that's real will come in and they'll see a matriarch or the aunties, and we looking, and they will try to make us feel comfortable. Do you understand?
Yeah. Now
Because
hold on.
we're gonna look.
Now hold on.
We're
That's a
gonna
good.
we're
That's
gonna
a good
read
point.
you.
That's a good point because listen, we gonna listen in our community. You know what it is. We got black men with white women. We got white women with black men. We gonna say they can't come in.
No, black. I think. I
They
think black. I
married to
think.
them,
I
but
think.
they're foundationally black.
I think
They're
black men are dominant.
foundationally
I think. I
black.
think black. I
So
think black
guess
men
what
are
we're gonna
dominant.
do? We're gonna let them come in, but we're still gonna watch them. I don't care if that's your husband. I don't care if that's your wife. We gonna watch them because we know how that goes.
So, too much. Can you answer me this question? Or anybody? So, I hear what Manny's saying. When do we start teaching our kids to be cautious? Or I think we do have to be trained how not to love so much, because we are the crabs at the bottom of the barrel. So,
Very
how can we
simple.
get that
Very
stuff
simple, step up.
in?
Very simple. We have to teach our people to love us first. There's no problem with you loving people. You can go ahead and love as many people as you want to, but you got to love yourself and your lineage first. You know the most disheartening. You know the most disheartening thing. See. We can have we can have a locker room conversation. We can have a closed door conversation, and we can air out all our dirty laundry within our family,
You
within
love
our
God first.
lineage, within everything. We can say, you know what, man, I don't get along with my sister. I don't get along with my sister. I don't get along with my brother. I don't get along with my family member. We don't eat at each other's house. We can go that route all we want. We can say how much we don't love our own family members. We can say how much we hate them and how much they hate us back. We can go that route because that is also in our community.
Man, you think God?
But you gotta understand. But here's
You think God give a damn about a skin color?
listen. Here's what you gotta understand. It's not a skin color. It's a lineage, sir. It's not about skin because we got all shades.
Survival.
He give a damn about skin tone if he made skin
We got
tone.
all shades. We got all shades. So it's about lineage. But here's the thing we gotta understand. We have to learn to love our lineage and know when it's time to put our differences aside and get on code. It's
Do
not
you know
about how I
Brother
feel about
Brother
sister
Cash
so
say
and
we
so.
should be E1, B2. E1, B2. Ethnic first, black second. E1, B2.
What's E1, B2? What is that?
Ethnic first, black second.
Yeah.
E1,
I like that.
B2.
I like that. We got to
That's
understand.
Brother Cash.
Listen, we are all we got.
Right now we need to be
I don't
E1,
care what
B2.
you going through in life. Somebody's going to be homeless in your family, and if you don't take them in, the dominant society is going to mistreat them.
Right.
We
So
are
I
all
can understand what
we
Manny's going through. I
got.
know he dogged me. But you got to understand, since we do love, I don't know where that came from, how to take care of other people before us and making sure this person is right and all of this. How can we retrain a whole America, us black people? How can we retrain our mindset? Because I do see Asians, white people, Mexicans,
When
they
you see
do
your, forgive me, sister.
unapologetically. And I don't think we know
Can I tell you how that happened? Can I tell you how that happened?
Yeah,
Religion.
how does that
We
happen?
forgot about God. We forgot about God. That's
Religion.
how that happened.
Religion.
Oh my
Let me
goodness.
tell you again how it happened. Religion, secret societies, clubs,
Wait.
Greek organizations.
He's saying how it happened, not how to
God
overcome
is not a religion.
the overcoming. Brothers and sisters.
Manny, understand what I'm saying. When I say religion, I'm not talking about God. Religion is man-made. I'm not talking about the Bible. The Bible is man-made. The scripture is real.
So it's telling us black people to turn the other cheek, or is that?
I'm telling you, the moment you start, you need to
The
keep your
slave Bible
kids,
did teach
you
us
need
to
to
turn
keep
the other
your
cheek.
kids from joining those fraternities because that's how it happens.
So it
They
takes
join that fraternity, and guess what that fraternity says? We come before your family. We come before
Yeah,
your ethnic group.
yeah,
We come before your lineage. That's what
your
it says.
secret fraternity, yeah, with the
When
hate,
you join
yeah,
those
y'all, yeah.
fraternities,
When you get all the way up,
that's
when
the
you get all the
biggest
way up,
way.
man, you worshiping the devil. That's
Yeah,
what when
that's
you
the
get all the way up.
biggest
So you're
way
saying it's
to divide you.
subliminal.
You
Nobody
got to keep
worshiping
them
them. I
kids
rebuke your
from
ignorant mind.
joining
No,
these
that's the truth.
fraternities and
If
these
you worshiping
Masonic
the devil
lodges
when you go to
that tell.
prison and don't do nothing with your life after that. Shut up.
Hey, can we get back on
Why,
what you
why
were
you
talking
want me
about
to go to
Let
before?
let
prison?
We
let
need to
let's
get
say
our
this.
topic
Let me
here.
try this. Let me say this, family.
Sorry about
The
that, y'all. I got a
idea
call.
was that we were going to, how can we correct and
Right,
bring the togetherness back to the community?
right.
You bring it back by looking at your brother and sister in the grocery store with a smile, a nod, some respectability.
Exactly.
You're
Yeah.
walking, you're treating that person the same way that godliness has treated you. However, I would also say it like this. Too Much is right when he says we have to learn to love ourselves first, to give to ourselves first. So I have no problem with you being a super giver. Be a super giver, but be a super giver to yourself first.
Yeah.
Then you can become more of a help to those who are around you because they see that when you're doing this, as much
You
as you
can't see.
giving me, all they see is good coming out of you. There's nothing but good coming out of every pore.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay,
you treat your fellow man, you
let me hear
treat your
from User
FBA
real
brothers and
quick.
sisters like this.
Let
You
me hear
remember
from
that they are your community.
let me hear from
This
User
is how
real
we
Hey,
quick.
act in this community.
can I
Let
We
me
say
hear.
act
one
with
thing?
honor, integrity, and character.
I got you. Let me hear from User real quick, and then we'll go. And then we got Lucky after Lucky Logic, and we got Blessing up there. User, are you there?
Man, you ain't finna talk about shit.
Don't do that.
All right, I
There
ain't gonna
you
do
go, back into that old Manny.
User,
it.
are you
What's
there?
up, FBA?
User, are you there? You've been up on the panel. You're not muted. Are
Every
you?
time I see the word, the letters user,
It
I
could be
think
one of
of
our
a
old
troll. I
elders,
think of a
Manny.
troll.
It
All
could
right,
be one of our elders.
I'm gonna drop you down, User. You can request back up if you were trying to speak. Blessing, go ahead, and then we're gonna go to Lucky Logic. Go ahead, Blessing.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
How you doing?
Good. Okay, I want to get back on the topic what you were saying about staying on code. Yes, we need to be like we're doing now. I think most of us are waking up, realizing that, especially that these other so-called nations are really not for us. And me, talking personally, I didn't see it until maybe a year ago. I started to notice it when Biden was in the president, and how he was letting the immigrants just come flood the gates, and the Democrats was defending them, not even standing up for the so-called Americans, meaning everybody. You know, they was just handing free reign to these immigrants. So I think a couple of things we can do to get on code is local politician, the local offices, you know, like the mayor office, senators, council people. We need to vote us in, FBA, Freeman. Let us control what's going on in our cities, because a lot of them aren't us. And the ones that are us, if they are catering to, you know who, we got to get them out of there. Simple as that. You know, because we have a lot of those that are FBA that don't cater to us. You know, like Crockett, she's one of them. That's my opinion. So they put
I
her.
don't know if Crockett is
Let me
FBA or not.
Okay,
well, let me
whatever she
say
is,
this.
they put
Let me
her.
I'm
interject this
already
briefly,
listening. I
sister.
can't tell if she up
Right.
here or not.
I came up, I grew up in that environment.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Like I'm in Maryland. My governor is, I think he's Jamaican or something, Westmore. And
Yeah, we know.
yeah, we got to get him out of there.
Yes, indeed.
So the other thing I think, I mean, that's a good start. I mean, because we control, if we can get in office, we can control a lot of things and get them out of there, because that's what they're doing. They writing laws against us. They giving them special privileges. The other ones creating, just like the
Oh,
mayor.
absolutely.
Yeah, the mayor
Absolutely.
of
But see,
Los Angeles. She just gave them some kind of cards for some money because they can't come out the house because the ICE is looking for them. That's ridiculous. And then another thing is control our culture. Maybe rebrand our culture. Right now it's black, like it was black S's. Maybe it could be FBA this, freedom in this, or whatever. And also what you said about that Twitter going away. I mean, not Twitter, TikTok going away. What was the name of that blockchain or something you mentioned?
FBA coin. FBA coin.
Yeah, we got to get the word out. I think that's an excellent idea. And another thing I think is, buy land, maybe get with your family members. If you can't afford it by yourself, get with your family members, get with some friends and put your money together and go buy some land.
Real quick, and I'm going to let you finish. Did y'all see that thing with that woman who walked outside of her house and she said she's trying to get 1 billion views so she can put her whole family on this beautiful acreage of land that she owns? She showed her house. This is a black woman. I think she's in South Carolina. She showed her house, and then she showed her whole land, and it was, when I tell you the grass was green from the front door to the mountain.
Wow.
She said and it was cut. And she said, this is all my land, and I want to put I want to go outside and walk outside and see my grandchildren. I want to build a home for my daughter, for my son, for my nieces and my nephews. I mean, she had land.
Yeah, she building a compound.
That's how we should be thinking, building a compound.
Yes.
We have it in Texas.
We need to all be thinking.
We have it in Mississippi. We have it in Florida.
Game plan. When you
Alabama.
go home, you need to feel so safe, so secure, because you got nothing but family around you.
But see, we are gathered in cities. We are like sardines in row houses. So yes, we need to get out. Back in the 50s here, we had our land, then we came up here. Most people came from the South, migrated up here in the North into row houses because of the jobs that were up here. Exactly. But yeah, we need to get together. I'm trying to get with my family, and do you know what state she was in? That lady?
I think she was in. I think she was in South
One of the Carolinas. Yeah, I think you're right. But let me tell you, 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘵 Badass did it, and remember we talked about the same kind of thing before. There's a Muhammad in Georgia, and he's got some other compounds that they construct in some other states. I believe Tennessee and one in Arkansas. Arkansas has the cheapest land right now. So if you can move there and do that. But what we need to do, I gotta pause again or go back out down after this.
Can I finish? I got 2 more things I want to say real quick.
Yeah, please give me 1 second because I gotta jump right back down. What we have to do is become a community, and we might not be able to buy land with our family and create family compounds. We might have to do it with others, that we can get along with and have the same type of mindset.
Yeah.
I lost my train of thought. Damn.
I'll say this: get cul-de-sac is a good idea, family. Buy the cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
Put your family on the cul-de-sac, and then gate up the cul-de-sac.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
There's another one too. Another lady I'm gonna look for and send it. But they did the same thing. But her grandfather had bought land as soon as we could obtain land and keep it. Because they stole 160 million acres from us.
Right? Yes.
I don't know what that was for, but so 160 million acres from us at the turn of the century. So we had all this. Damn, I lost my train of thought. Jesus. I'm gonna have to come back.
Okay, come
but
back.
Yeah, 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘵 Badass is what I was gonna say at first. Did it. So that's what I was gonna say. We need to have the modeling, and when we have the modeling of everything we want to, people will take us seriously. With the city council, when we're modeling this in our own communities, in our own homes, that's when they'll take us seriously. Okay, you can drive me back down too much.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, finish up, Blessing, and I got to go to Lucky Logic.
All right. Another thing I was thinking about is, I know a lot of people touched on this already. We need to really stop spending our money in those people's stores. We got to shut them down. I know people like Chinese food, and we like all this Jamaican stuff, but we got to let it go. We got to. Before they can get the message, before they can really hit them hard, hit them with. That's all they think about is. That's why they in our communities, the like vampires. You know what I mean? Suck us dry. We got to hit them with a pocketbook, and let them know we for real. But so getting our nails done in them shops. No, we got to stop all that. And also, I know a lot of people ain't gonna like this part, but stop intermarrying. You gotta let that go too. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's how I feel about it. And no more.
You said stop what?
Intermarrying out your race. That's not.
Oh yeah.
No more Pan Africans. These other FBAs who sold Pan African. I mean, it's okay, but come on, don't push it down our throats. Have your opinion, it's fine. And then one last thing. Start open schools for our youth. We got to teach them our history. We can't depend on the public education system. Those are the ones that brainwashed us.
I'm gonna do you one better, man. Stop sending your kids to school, homeschool your kids.
Yeah, that too.
You send your kids to school, they're gonna come back with an attitude. That's the only thing they're gonna come back with.
You're right. You
gotta educate your kids, you gotta indoctrinate your kids, and you gotta teach your kids Black history. The real Black. Don't let them go to school because they're gonna teach them Pan-Africanism. They're gonna teach you're African American. You gotta really, you parents out there, learn how to debrief your kids. You gotta learn how to do it. Start doing it now. Every time they come back from school, what did they teach you? And when you hear something funny, you correct. That's what you gotta do. If you don't, you wonder why your kids they ain't gonna figure. Your kids are gonna eventually figure it out because they're smart. But is it gonna be in their 30s and their 40s and their 50s when they finally get it? You better get them early.
And I think that today's youth and other races, they are less racist. But I think, as like you said, when they get older, that's when they turn. When they become adults, that's when they turn. They start looking out for their culture and turn on our culture. That's how I see it.
Yeah, but if we make a move right now, the culture, we got everybody attention and everybody it's
watching us for sure.
It's time now. Everybody,
we got to teach them. We got to show them something.
You brought up points with the politicians and everything that's going on, and see that was part of the problem. We thought a lot of them was us. We didn't know that we were putting them in, and they were trying to help out everyone in the Caribbean and everybody over in Africa. We did not know that, and that's what the people in the Democratic Party, they're starting to wake up to it and understand the play that how we've been getting played. They starting to understand how our children. That's how our children are starting to go outside the culture, because there's so many people have infiltrated us and they're acting as us, but they got a whole nother agenda.
Right. Let me hear from Lucky Logic real quick, you guys, because I got to shut down the live in a little bit, man. Lucky Logic, are you there? Lucky Logic, are you there? Okay, man, we got a lot of people that's on the panel that don't want to speak. All right.
No, I just want to say to blessings. I grew up in that type of city, in that type of a governmental system. We had a black city council, black police force, black mayor, black teachers, everything. We had it all. As a black city, what ended up happening is the other powers that be saw what we could do, and they all collectively worked against us. Rules were passed. The state governor would not help the city with building projects for the city, with water projects for the city. The state government said, no, you have to do it on your own. And they did. And years later, the state comes in and says, you know what? we'll just go and take over that thing that we told y'all got to go do on y'all own.
Right, I agree with you, but the perfect example of black-owned cities is Atlanta. When they had that man back in the 70s, I don't remember his name, he got
Andrew Young.
popping
You
down
know what
there.
I'm hearing about
That's
Atlanta
Andrew
now?
Young. And
The
see, I'm
other
talking
guy
about
besides
Coleman
Andrew
Young.
Young, not Andrew Young, was
You
one
know
before
what I'm hearing
him.
about
Kind of
Atlanta
heavy
now?
set.
I'm
Yeah, what?
hearing Atlanta is Tether Central
Over
now.
by Africans.
I can believe it.
It's what?
Tether Central right now.
Oh, it is. It is. It is.
And LGBTQ.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's why we got to get it back. We're going to get it back. We just got to be
So
on top of
Purposely
Well,
it.
done. Purposely done.
so
exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
See, they attacked those cities. They attacked Atlantic City when it was black run. They attacked Detroit when it was black run. Okay, both of those cities had strong black mayors who were for their people and tried to do things specifically for their people. The state governments during these periods in time actively said, we're not going to help you. You raise the money, you incur the debt as the city, even though this is going to benefit the state.
But see, in the beginning, we didn't care about any of that. We
Well,
went on
it's
here,
not the
we took everything on the chin and we said, hey, look, we finna strive through this because we got our own school. We're gonna teach our kids. Our misstep is
Blame
when we
them. Exactly.
integrated with everybody and we took on all their cultures and learning. And what happened is now we're chasing different kind of educations, and it's like now we don't even know how to sew. We don't know how to grow our own fruit and all those type of things. We got to get back to that because a lot of things that we out there take us outside of our normal everyday families.
All right, real quick, y'all. Let me hear from Jeanette. You came up here, Jeanette. Go ahead, real quick, because I still need to shut. I gotta shut this thing down.
I would just like to say that we need to uh, join together because if we don't do it now, they're going to continue to do what they're doing, and they're not going to teach our history in their classrooms. We need black teachers to teach our kids their heritage, where they come from, who their ancestors was, and that we are a supreme being. We always were kings and queens, but they have brought us down so low that most of us has really forgotten their heritage, where they come from, their ancestors, and we need to get back to our own. When we had black senators, black lawyers, black mayors, we did at one time have the type of black individuals um, in our own towns, our own banks, everything. Because if we don't do it now, it's never going to stop. We need to come together as black people, as one, united, to love on each other, to respect each other.
All right, I agree. Listen, y'all, I gotta get up out of here. It's been great doing this show. I think we did 5 hours today. Jesus Christ. I came on a
Thanks for
little late.
having me.
I came on a little late at 5. Usually I start at 4. But hey, we did our, and I think we said everything that needed to be said. Um, we'll do another one, FBA versus the Republican Party, and that'll probably be later on this week. I got some more things I want to discuss and talk about. I think it's time that I go back over the FBA Constitution, family. What y'all think? I think it's time that we lay out some solutions on how we're going to fix our community, how we're going to deal with each other. We want to talk about how we're going to deal with our elders, how we're going to deal with our youth, or how we're going to deal with our our matriarch and how we're going to deal with our patriarch. I think it's time that we put it all together. We need to bring back rites of passage for both men and women. We don't, it's not you turn 18 and then you're an adult. No, there are things you got to do to become men, and there are things you got to do to become women in our society. So I think it's time that we bring those things back. I want to bring that to our people, and I want to bring up some solutions. I know we're not all going to agree on everything, but I want to be able to hear everybody. I want the men to respect the women. I want the women to respect the men. I want the young to respect the old, and I want the old to respect the young, because we're going to try to bring it all together and put some components that we can use that can be helpful and make it part of the staple of Black American community and our society. So that's what I think I'm going to talk about tomorrow, you guys. What do you guys think about that?
I like that. I'll be here.
Yeah, sounds great.
Okay, we're going to talk about that
I
tomorrow.
like the way you run your live. That's why I come back. It feels safe, and you guys let me talk without cussing me out. So I appreciate both of you and cousin.
Well, thank you, dear. Now go make that man a real good sandwich.
Yes. Make that man some food.
My
Love on
husband
your
went back to
husband.
work. He went back to work. He just came home and brought some, what is it, church's chicken?
Church's chicken? Oh, y'all don't need to be eating that.
Yeah.
Y'all don't need to be eating that.
I know. I didn't.
Make that man some lunch. Bring his lunch to work for him. Can you do that? Can you?
You know what? My husband comes home every day and cooks.
Man,
I don't.
Black on.
Oh, so he's the cook in the family.
He is an excellent cook.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna tell you step in his world in. Let that man, let him do his shine.
Do his thing, man. Rub his shoulder or something. Give him a massage.
Oh yeah, I do my woman duties. Trust me.
Rub his feet. I got that, man. We need our feet.
Yes.
Just tell him, cousin. Just tell him this one from cousin. Okay.
I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna try to get back in tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, come on back tomorrow. We're gonna go over the rites of passage, man. We're gonna try to hit it hard. We're gonna try to build a community from the ground up. We're gonna start with every single section and build it into a complete society and a functioning society. So that's what y'all coming back into tomorrow. Family, I love everybody. I respect everybody, even the ones that don't agree with me. My only hope and my only wish and my only concern is that we need to get on code. And cousin will tell us how we can get on code. What do we need to do to get on code, cousin? Let us know.
What we need to do is be in contact with the new black media.
Yes.
The new black media would be 𝗤𝗏 Nasheed, Professor Black Truth, The Black Authority, Afro Elite, Vicky Dillard, Lisa Cabrera, Phil Scott. These guys and gals are making their names and making our voices and positions heard. Give them a look, give them a listen, see what they're talking about. It'll help you, me, and we stay on code. I call it the B1 Brigade. You're a member of the B1 Brigade, whether you know it or not. You just have to acknowledge your role in it and act upon it. It's really that simple, people.
I love it. And y'all, peace, love, reparations, and the blockchain.
The blockchain.
Take care.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, peace.